We'll start with a study session. I will call the study session to order at 5 p.m. and have an announcement to make. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N2920 dated March 17, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 941-4192-9990. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. Spanish translation is available in Zoom for the study section and the proclamation of recognition of Hispanic Heritage Month on the regular meeting agenda. And I'd like to now ask Ms. Nora Beltran from our community outreach team to make a brief announcement in Spanish. Hello, Ms. Beltran.
Buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos. Y solamente queremos anunciar que el día de hoy se va a hacer traducción al español durante el punto 3.1 de la sección de estudio y también durante la proclamación que se va a hacer en la junta original sobre el mes de la hispanidad. Gracias.
Gracias, thank you. We'll go now on to the roll call. Would you please taking roll call? City Clerk?
Sorry, Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yep.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Here.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Mayor Abicoga.
On to our study session item number 3.1, Displacement Response Strategy Update. And we have a staff presentation by our Assistant Community Development Director, Mr. Wayne Chen. Welcome, Mr. Chen.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Let me just take a moment to share the screen. Okay, can everyone see the presentation? Okay, great, I see thumbs up. So yes, again, this is to provide an update and to receive council input on next steps regarding the displacement response strategy update. Brief background, a study session was held last October to discuss options to respond to tenant displacement, which is project 1.1 on the council major goals work plan. At the meeting, the council unanimously supported the 5 key principles for the design of the strategy and also provided unanimous support for the 6 components of a comprehensive integrated strategy. Staff has undertaken a significant amount of work since October and is included, but is not limited to just the 3 public meetings, meeting multiple times with a variety of external partners and funders across sectors. Staff have undertaken modification of the Tenant Relocation Assistance Ordinance. We've participated in peer loaning cohort groups and undertaken other evaluations and analysis on various parts of the strategy. As with everything, there's a COVID-19 impact and set of considerations, and there certainly are considerations as related to this work. As we know, there's been a significant impact on the economy and employment, and there's been a disproportionate impact on lower wage jobs and households. This has severely affected the ability for folks to pay rent, which impacts both tenants and landlords. As part of our outreach and talking to folks across a variety of sectors, it was noted several times that the economic downturn could lead to decrease in property values, particularly multifamily buildings or assets, and or there could be financial distress that landlords are experiencing in terms of operating their rental business and could exit the rental business. And so there was a word of opportunity, but also of urgency from some of the input that we received that during this time, the private sector may seek to purchase apartments and identify acquisition opportunities that could lead to future redevelopment projects, much of which is similar to what may have occurred in 2008. And a few years later, there was various redevelopment projects going forward. We want to provide a quick summary for each of the 6 prongs. And starting with the first prong, the acquisition preservation program, this has been repeatedly identified as a best practice to address the issues of tenant displacement across all the research that we've come across and in the peer cohort groups. And in our conversations with potential funders and collaborators, we've talked through different ranges of programs, from a pilot program up to a 1,500 unit program that's more of a full-scale program. The consistent feedback has been, for this type of project, it is really needing long-term funding sources that remain in the project, and there isn't really that kind of funding source external in the private sector, external to the city. What it really requires is local funding sources to be in the funding picture and to remain in the project long-term, or if there is a collaborative opportunity with external funding sources, say with corporations who are contributing or philanthropy, and those funding sources can only stay in the project for a short term, to have public dollars replace those funds and then to remain in the project, because private dollars or philanthropic dollars have primarily sought to touch many projects rather than stay in any one particular project for the long term. So based on that feedback, we did some additional analysis in terms of potential menu of options that we may study as a next step in terms of local funding sources. And we also took a look at the city's existing funding sources. And as noted in the staff report, there really isn't a sufficient source of funding for this type of a program. So the recommendation for next steps is to evaluate various financing sources and scenarios with the framework of local funding options and various program design elements. And that we would approach this from city as a funder perspective, like our NOFA process, and not as a developer or an operator or a landlord of apartments. So the first question is, does council agree with staff's recommendations regarding next steps? Switching gears to the replacement requirements, once we started to work on this item, we started to download on a couple of things. The first one is SB 330, and the potential impacts of SB 330 on development became much clearer once we had a chance to look at this and really understand the requirements. Based on the analysis of one-for-one replacement requirements that are part of SB 330, as well as the greater relocation assistance that is greater than the city's tenant relocation assistance ordinance provisions, that it mostly renders redevelopment projects infeasible unless there's a significant amount of density increases or other measures to help make a project pencil or to reduce costs. SB 330 is currently set to expire at the beginning of 2025. The other aspect is a realization of how much the replacement requirement work may overlap with the R3 zoning modification work that is led by another team. As was mentioned back in October, essentially most of the demolition units have been CSFRA units on R3 sites or sites with R3 zoning standards. And the R3 modifications is about R3 sites. Now, R3 modifications, the intent of that is to increase housing supply, increase housing diversity, including more affordable housing opportunities for ownership. And that addresses one aspect of the housing spectrum. But in doing so, it could lead to demolition redevelopment projects. And so the the realization was that for the need for both teams to work together to balance achieving both of the council's goals of increasing supply, increasing diversity of housing, as well as mitigating the impacts of tenant displacement. The recommended next steps is to take a look at a set of replacement requirements that would essentially go into effect after SB 330 expires. And part of staff's evaluation is what provides cities this type of authority to enact such replacement requirements. And that really falls under the Ellis Act. So the Ellis Act provides cities the authority to enact provisions to replace, essentially demolish rent stabilized units. So this really is a provision that cities with rent stabilization programs could pursue. And under such a program, there's the ability to also evaluate potential alternative mitigations. The focus would be, as a result, to focus just on the CSFRA units, because that is the majority of the rental housing stock, and that has essentially been the types of units that have been demolished. And that we would work very closely with the R3 zoning modification team to evaluate what is the level of replacement requirements that we would consider, that the council would consider, as well as to allow R3 projects to be financially feasible to achieve the supply goal. So the second question is, does council agree with staff's recommendation for next steps on replacement requirements? For the tenant relocation assistance, as you may recall, modifications to the TREO were approved in June of this year. It went into effect July, and there hasn't been additional items that have necessarily surfaced from staff, and as of this presentation, the item has been completed. The Landlord-Rental Set-Aside program is another aspect of this comprehensive strategy. The notion was staff had heard several developers who have submitted redevelopment projects talking about various opportunities to partner with landlords in the community to have a set-aside set of units for temporarily or even permanently housing displaced tenants. And last October, the Housing Industry Foundation provided input at the dais that they have a similar type of program and would really like to explore partnering with the city on this opportunity. Staff met with the Housing Industry Foundation a few times, several times actually, after the council meeting last year. And based on conversations, their program parameters were a bit different than the city's goals of having such a program address a broad range of folks who may be displaced from units, and ideally to have set-aside units that would be comparable to the units that they were displaced from. The Housing Industry Foundation had more of a focus on teachers, and the replacement units or the set-aside units had much higher rent levels that folks were paying. So a collaboration wasn't achieved, at least at the time, and staff's recommendation is to resume this effort and to actually just contact the landlords directly as part of next steps. Regarding the tenant selection preference for displaced tenants, evaluation was conducted, and such a program policy for an overall preference may have some potential issues with fair housing requirements. And as part of the analysis, there are other items that are actually part of the strategy, such as the acquisition preservation program, which could prevent displacement from occurring at all, as well as replacement requirements, which would provide replacement units under Ellis Act, which could have a first right of return for displaced tenants. Those types of strategies could achieve the same goals as a tenant selection preference without perhaps facing similar fair housing concerns. So it is recommended to focus on those other strategies and recommended to not move forward with a tenant selection preference. And then finally, modifications to the city code, as mentioned as part of the replacement requirements. The recommendation is to evaluate options for replacement of demolished CSFRA units under the Ellis Act. So we will conduct analysis, understand what the process would be, and part of that would also be taking a look at what kind of city code modifications or code language might need to be created for this aspect. So this is just a summary of the questions, or just 2 questions, and this concludes staff's presentation. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Since this is a study session, we will go now to public comment. So if you are in the attendee box and would like to make a comment, please raise your blue hand. At the bottom of the screen box, you should see the raise hand button. And if you are on the phone, please press *9. And the timer will go up. Let's see, actually I don't, I see one hand, so we'll stick with the 3 minutes. And Mitch Mankin, we'll start with you. If you'd like to unmute yourself, please.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, hi there.
Great, hi. Thanks so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. Now more than ever, between shelter in place and the danger posed by overcrowding when people are forced to double up, responding to displacement is a really critical piece of citywide housing policy. So thank you very much to the council, and thank you to city staff for your important work on this issue. So on to the 2 questions before you tonight. So on the first question, we fully support staff's recommendation and their continued efforts towards finding the best source of funding for an acquisition and preservation program. On the second question, there's a little more to say. In some cases, such as the 777 West Middlefield development approved by council, a combination of generous relocation benefits, affordable units provided on site, and a large amount of new housing added can make the redevelopment of existing rent-controlled housing beneficial to Mountain View. However, if the increased number of units provided is not sufficient to make development feasible, while also replacing most of the affordable housing that we lost, redevelopment can become a net negative for Mountain View's housing affordability and tear at the fabric of the community. This is what makes these replacement requirements so important. Our recommendation is that the city should enhance feasibility through increasing allowable density rather than through decreasing replacement of demolished affordable units. And in terms of the exact type of affordable units provided, based on experience in other cities, inclusion of deed-restricted affordable units in new development is preferable to rent-controlled new units because, well, if you rent control a new unit at $4,000, it doesn't do much in the medium term to do anything on affordability. So to the maximum extent possible, it would be desirable to maintain the city's naturally affordable housing stock by achieving 1-for-1 replacement of existing affordable units with deed-restricted affordable units, similar to what is in SB 330. This type of anti-displacement policy can also tie in with Mountain View's existing prioritization of redeveloping underused commercially zoned land to add housing capacity. We also want to say that we recognize determining the exact ratio of additional housing units that would compensate for demolished deed-restricted or other naturally affordable rent-controlled units will be a very complex process. So this issue will benefit greatly from further study by staff. But we wanted to raise these concerns just so that they're on the minds of council and are being taken into account as you decide how to proceed on replacement requirements. Thank you so much for your work on this important issue.
Thank you. Anyone else in the attendee box wishing to speak, please raise the blue hand. I don't see anyone. City Clerk, actually I just saw a hand up. Alex Brown, go ahead and unmute yourself, please.
Hey, John, do it. Let's do it. Let's finally do it. Let's go. I believe in you. You got this. Let's go. Yeah, finally.
I want me to say hi to Mitch for you. Is that what?
I also want you to ask me a question. Why have you not asked me this question?
This is not a discussion.
I know.
Time,
Okay.
so
Thank
please
you.
make your comments. Thank you.
Oh, that was my comment. I was talking to John.
All right. Thank you. I just want to keep it flowing here. So anyone else from the attendee box wishing to speak? If not, and no one on the line, City Clerk? All right.
I know, no one appears to be calling in.
Okay, thank you. I'll bring it back to council then for questions, and we have 2 questions to answer. So why don't we just start with questions first? Any council members with questions, please? Please raise your blue hand. No questions? Oh, let's see. Here we go. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't have any questions. I'm ready to jump in with deliberation.
Sure.
And I'll do my best to set a good example and be brief. First, I want to appreciate the work that staff has done on what is a very challenging issue that's been, affecting the city for a number of years now. And I think it's very encouraging to see a very comprehensive analysis and an exploration of a variety of different tools that may be available to us. So for question one, I agree with staff's recommendation. The only two things I would want to emphasize or change perhaps are, rather than have a numeric goal, I don't know if the right answer is start with 100 units or 1,000 units. I would rather focus on the eligibility criteria. What is it that would qualify one project for public, a public subsidy? Because I think that's a much more interesting and much more challenging question. And you can sort of, based on that set of criteria, you can back into a number. Well, we've identified, 5 projects or 15 projects or 1,000 units that meet these parameters, and that will be our highest priority. So I don't feel comfortable dictating, the terms for a number of units that we want to acquire. There might be a very good reason why we would want to acquire some certain units, and there might be a very good reason why it's not the best use of public funding. And then the other component of this I'd like to speak to is, I'm remembering a conversation that I think the council had a while ago, and Wayne, correct me if I'm wrong in attributing this to you, but part of the challenge with acquisition rehab is it's not as easy to leverage external sources of funding. That when you have new construction, new affordable housing, there are all of these opportunities that are available for the developer, for the city to leverage external sources of funding. Much more difficult here. So I don't feel very comfortable. I'm perfectly comfortable with exploring new sources of funding, but I would rather expand the pool of resources for all affordable housing initiatives, including new construction, rather than dedicate a source of funding to, acquisition rehab. If there are, going back to the eligibility criteria, if there are high priority projects where, a public subsidy is appropriate, a vulnerable building that has a lot of low income people, certainly more than happy to set aside some public resources, if that meets the parameters of the program. But most of the time, I think, I would rather have that pool of funding available for new construction where we're increasing housing stock, we're making available buildings with high quality amenities. This is the discussion we had with the Villa Street project in 660 Mariposa. That strikes me as a better use of public funding than a dedication for this kind of program. That's not to say I don't support it, just that I think this is a program with very specific utility and that we need to be very careful about how we allocate public dollars to it. For question 2, mostly yes. I agree with staff's recommendation. The one caveat is, I think all of us in the council, know people in the development community. I don't think that SB 330 as it stands will exist in the same way by the time it sunsets. First, it may not sunset at all, right? It might continue past, January 1st, 2025. But I also think that there's a high probability, because I've had friends who've told me this directly, that there will be efforts, to modify the law to, loosen up some of these restrictions. I think what we're finding is in communities like ours, it may preclude redevelopment entirely. I don't think that was the intent. And so I can see some changes, occurring sooner than that. And I think we need to be ready for a possibility that if SB 330 is modified, some of the protections, regulations that exist now that preclude development might go away or might change in such a way that development feasibility, is now, possible, and we could see the redevelopment of R3 buildings. So I agree. Staff should continue working on, what kinds of zoning code changes are appropriate. I would be very comfortable supporting or exploring an Ellis Act ordinance, and I think that you're doing a great job here. I did ask, so in the other category, there was a pretend question 3. There were a couple of things I wanted to highlight just because they've been sort of top of mind for me. One is looking at displacement caused by code enforcement issues. I had a really difficult call earlier today in my day job, Pat, with a constituent who is basically homeless because there's a major code enforcement habitability issue with the building and a dispute with the landlord. And she contacted the office to see if there's some assistance we can provide. I think that, I know divergent views here on rent control, but a very real fear is, over time, investment in older buildings, may decline, and we may see these kinds of things happen here in Mountain View as well. And I don't have a good solution for that, but I want to be on top of it, where we're not seeing, 2, 5, 10 years down the road, sort of this trickle of older buildings, with rental property owners who perhaps aren't as responsible, and people who are sort of de facto evicted or displaced because the buildings are no longer habitable. And the last thing, and then I'll stop, is I think at least for the duration, I also asked about the funding for legal assistance. I think what we're seeing is a lot of folks are, the law is very confusing, right? And not only for tenants, but also for small mom and pop property owners. I think making available resources for legal assistance to whatever way makes sense for the city, CDBG funding, something along those lines, I think will be increasingly important. And I think it'll be especially important now while we're dealing with a very complex set of regulations at the state level, related to the eviction moratorium. So I don't, if that's easy to incorporate, great. If not, I understand. But I think everything else is great. I appreciate the work that you're doing, and I look forward to seeing the results down the road. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Higgs?
Sorry, it takes me a while to find the unmute button. So I also wanted to thank staff for all the work on this item that was, I think, one of our more important goals, or one of the more important things to all of us on the work plan this year. I agree with both questions, 1 and 2, to move forward, and I also agree by and large with what Councilmember Ramirez just said. I'm going to say one, and then I have some follow-up comments. The first one is that I agree largely with what Councilmember Ramirez just said about acquisition and preservation versus new construction, with maybe a slight twist to that. And this is based on my experience. I worked with a housing nonprofit when I was going to UC Berkeley and afterwards. And I see that these two programs, acquisition and preservation and new construction, as working well hand in hand. When I worked there, we worked with, the city had a housing trust fund, and we were able to apply to that fund for either purpose. So it was one big bucket. The problem of having them allocated in two buckets is one bucket may have dried up when that's the main thing out there, that's the main opportunity right now. And we would often purchase a building and fix it up a little bit, and then later maybe add on to it, or maybe buy a second building, and some of the tenants would move into the second building, and we could pull the first building down and build on top of it. So they were really, the new construction and the acquisition and preservation were things that worked hand in hand. So you didn't prioritize one over the other and say, I really think we should only do this or only do that. There were times when you saw that a building was threatened and the tenants in it would be threatened, and you could jump on it immediately and then maybe come back at some other time and add. You would see that there was opportunity to add some units, add some density, or start fresh. So that's one of my comments. I very much value that kind of program, and I would like it to work hand in hand with the other new construction programming that we have. I also agree with some of the staff comments on looking for new funding sources. I think we may want to even relook at Measure P, the money we put in general funds and so forth, because that's a continuing cash flow that I think we could bond against. And I think that we may want to take a second look at how we use that. I agree with the comments on I'm just kind of going through this randomly. Comments on the Ellis Act ordinance. And I'd like that to take a look at a specific focus on the new problems generated by COVID that weren't there when we first discussed the displacement policy. And those problems include unemployment and back rent due. And let's see if I had anything remaining. I guess the only other thing is that, and if it's possible to work in a tenant opportunity to purchase program, that's very similar to what I worked with when I was working in Berkeley, because I was working with a land trust basically, so everything was permanently affordable, and it was an alternative form for tenants to purchase their units. Let's see if I've missed any comments. And yeah, I would just like to find some way the staff report says that COVID-19 could lower apartment property values and or cause landlords to sell their properties, and that could create an opportunity for the private sector to purchase apartment buildings now and redevelopment them later. I would like us to have a big enough fund that we could get in on that opportunity as well. So again, I'm speaking to the need for finding other funding sources or taking a second look at how to use Measure P. And I think that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Okay, well, Lucas, I'll try to follow your comments about briefly, but I may diverge a little bit. First, we got to give a shout out to Mitch for coming up and discussing things with us. I couldn't give him a hard time about talking about what other people are doing, because we always do it first. So I just wanted to get more clarification on some of my questions. I asked the question, can bonds be issued to fund acquisition? Could rental income be bonded against? And is there like a threshold of how much money needed to bond?
Just to clarify, are you talking about the rental income from a particular property, or what?
Well, you know, we're doing it with the property at 237, Moffett there, whatever it's called, Bay West, or, and so we're using that income money to bond against to pay for the potential of the public safety building. So could we do that, also bonding if we got a property to get a cash flow?
So I'll provide some initial thoughts and see if perhaps our team may have other thoughts. But typically when it comes to a housing bond, those are bonded against, say, a local initiative, like a property tax or a real estate transfer tax. There are certain characteristics that make for a good bond program, which is, for example, the reliability and stability of the revenue stream, the size of the program or the size of the bond that you're hoping to finance, and whether that revenue stream is large enough to create a large enough bond to achieve whatever goals may be set out. So I think the opportunities that we've heard as part of our sort of our listening sessions, talking with our folks on the peer network and with developers and other folks, is that things like a local initiative that is more specific to housing could are typical ways in which bonds are created. Whether a rental revenue stream could be used, I think we would need to look at the specifics of that, but it isn't necessarily something that we as staff have seen in our research, that there has been a housing bond that is financed by rents derived from certain properties. But we
is there a threshold? Wayne, is there a threshold of a size for a bond? I mean, does it have to be in the millions or hundreds of millions, or just to even for somebody to even look at it, even with our AAA bond rating, is there a certain minimum that they want?
Yeah, council member, I think you have some really good questions that we might have to do a little bit of homework on. So the two I've heard is, can we use rental income to bond for acquisition projects? And the second is, to what extent would the amount of the bond, how big a value would you need to bond against for it to make sense? And so we could probably get back to you, but just to understand the question, are you looking at current properties that the city rents, or are you talking about the rents on a future property that the city may get rent on? Just so that future. Okay.
Because I think pretty much all the rental income we have now is sort of earmarked for other projects.
Yeah. Okay. So we can go back and do some research on that and see if there is such a thing or if it's possible.
Okay. Follow up on another question. There was a question about I need clarity on Measure P. Didn't council sort of put a 80% on transportation as we sold it to the residents as an 80% transportation? Okay, I see people now, so I see Lucas knows, he's pretty knowledgeable on that one, so. Okay, and then the 10%, what's the other 10? Ellen, and the other 10% goes to general fund, the other 10% was for housing. Can someone just sort of clarify that remaining 20% or so?
I do know that 10% is for affordable housing and services, and there is another 10% remaining. I don't have the specific information on the other 10%. I've been focusing on the 10% for the housing.
Oh, well, that's fine. I mean, but the huge majority was for transportation. Okay. I have a question about preservation, because we have, and staff did a great way of highlighting it for me, that 91% of our apartments are at least 50 years old. I mean, just old. And I said, what are we doing proactively for preservation? And unfortunately, there's not much we're doing at this point. And it sort of goes to what Lucas was saying about, red tagging. And again, that was funding. So just to clarify, we got a lot of old buildings. We're going to basically rely on landlords to keep their buildings preserved or livable.
Typically, the maintenance of private properties are maintained by landlords or property management. I did note in the council response, there was a conversation in the process on seismic retrofits, and there was a conversation about how that would need to be structured, because basically all the older apartment buildings are under the CSFRA. Then there would be considerations regarding how it interacts with CSFRA, and whether there would be, for example, public funding sources to private property owners. And I know as part of the seismic retrofit program, there were considerations of, for example, if it were made to be a mandatory requirement to perform seismic retrofits, then it could be passed through the capital improvements project. That's just one example of the type of discussions have occurred about how the city might support landlords to maintain the useful life of the buildings, but it was specific to that and not necessarily a general conversation about other aspects that could be funded and to maintain the properties.
Okay, thank you, Wayne. On that question, so the other question I said, you know, few of you have noticed that I've been sort of advocating for this for about ever. And the thing is, you say we don't want to be a landlord. But if we were a landlord, and Councilmember Hicks sort of picked up on it too, if there's a downturn in property, why don't we jump on it and then buy it because it's going to be a good value, and then we could get the rental income to start building up a fund of perpetual acquisition, perpetual money for preservation. So if that occurs where the market is going to be really financially feasible for us, isn't that one of our goals, is acquisition and preservation? Because you said if we don't buy it, wouldn't the private sector buy it and then potentially take it out of being affordable?
Yes, that's a good question. In our research and in talking with potential collaborators, but also with nonprofit developers, it was clear in terms of the folks we talked to that they would be very interested in performing acquisition preservation deals in Mountain View, should there be funding for it. And the notion of having something like a NOFA process would look something like, if there were funds available, we could let the development community know that there are funds available for acquisition preservation. And
well, thank you. But I don't mean to cut you off, but we've gone through the NOFA. We've gone through, so where has the staff started looking to look outside the box? Because you keep saying we're going to look at local, we're going to do, what if you could just say there's no constraints? The council said, do whatever it takes. Have you guys looked at opportunities that haven't been looked at for the last 5 years? If you even made up your own scenario, hey, we could do this if.
Council member, I think we haven't had a chance to go out and scan for property, but that's certainly something that could be a follow-up. I think the second point you're making is, what would it take for the city to jump on it? And we might have to kind of, like you said, think outside the box and see if there's a partner we can bring who can own and operate the units, because that's really the big issue we have. We do own property like Lot 12, for example, that could be converted into housing. I think the bigger issue is that the city doesn't have the framework to own and operate of that large number of units. So I think we can go back and look at it. And what Wayne is talking about is we've actually talked to a bunch of partners who are willing to partner with us. And since we don't have maybe enough funds to go out and purchase a site, they can put together something, a program that would allow the city to help with the acquisition. So I don't think we currently have funds identified to go out and buy a property, but we understand where you're coming from, that you want to see how quickly the city can jump on something and partner if we need to. So I think that's the next step of the approach, to put together some ideas, thinking outside the box.
Go ahead, Wayne, I'm sorry.
Sure, no problem. I will just also add on that in the conversations and trying to identify best practices, various other mechanisms such as a community land trust, or working with a nonprofit who could, say, manage sort of a public funding source to move very quickly. So for example, we spoke with the San Francisco Housing Accelerator Fund, who implements essentially the small sites acquisition program in San Francisco, and they're consistently referred to as a best practice model. And that's the model. Sort of the funding is implemented by the nonprofit they can move very, very quickly to do land acquisition. So that's another model. And I believe there are other models, for example, setting up a separate development corporation. So there are models out there. So we can include that as additional structures when we come back to council for something that's specific to acquisition preservation program.
So I'm going to jump in. I was going to ask Jesse Takahashi to also chime in, since he might have some insight on the financial piece of this. So Jesse, are you available?
Yes, thank you very much. I know there was a couple of questions from Councilmember McAllister, so I just kind of go back there if I can and try to answer those quickly. So one of them had to do with whether we can bond against rental income, and I think Wayne had kind of touched on it already, but I think a big component of the bonding source or the funding source has to do with the stability and the reliability to be able to back, an issue for, 30 years or longer, if that's, the term. And so it has to be pretty reliable, and historically and more typically it's something like, a parcel tax or a very strong revenue source. Sales tax in some cases have been done, tax overrides have been increased. TOTs, and those kinds of things that are ongoing for a fairly long period of time. That's typically what they want to see as a reliable bonding revenue source. And then as far as minimum issue goes, I don't believe in general that there's a minimum amount. There's some advantages to certain issues that are more efficient. So of course, larger issues, the cost of those can be spread out over, a bigger amount of dollars, so that the actual cost to actually go through the issue is less. But you can have relatively small issues to fit the need.
So when you say relatively small, dollar amount wise?
Well, that could be, $500,000 or, I don't know how small we can go, but, it doesn't have to be in the millions.
Well, to buy anything, it has to be in the millions, so okay. That's
well, right, for this particular but, for certain improvements, you can do debt issues for relatively small projects. And then the last one had to do with these, what the intent of the use of funds for the business license, revised business license tax. And so 80%, of course, was for transportation projects. 10% was for housing and homeless related purposes. And then the remaining 10% was for general fund purposes. And I would just note that the tax itself legally was passed as a general tax, requiring only majority vote. And so that's why it has to be able to be used for any legal purpose. It can't be dedicated solely for a particular use. And that's the way it was structured, so that this 80-10-10 breakdown was essentially like an advisory or sort of an informal allocation of how that would be used. But legally, the city is able to use that for, any general purpose that it seems fit. But the council did take that action to sort of advise this is how we were planning to use it.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so I'll go into comments. Obviously, I'm going to say yes to both. I mean, I've been pitching this idea, but I'm frustrated by it looks like we're doing the same old. We're looking at the same source of funding. We're still looking at, and it hasn't worked. It's worked, and it probably won't work because you still have limited funds. And that's why I think you got to start looking outside the box. And when you say, well, we can't be a landlord, I don't understand. Why can't we be a landlord? Oh, we don't have the staff. Well, if Jesse buys a fourplex in Cupertino, he's not going to, he'll buy a property manager and they handle it all. So I don't understand why the city couldn't hire a professional, or even nonprofits, because I reached out to some nonprofits Mid-Penn, some of those, they say they would manage the property. And then we would have, and that board, we don't have to build up a big staff or even a staff at all, because we already have a housing person. And then we could take that money, the rental income, because someone says, well, we got to borrow it to leverage. Well, now we have a stream of money coming in that we can leverage to buy another apartment or preserve apartments. And that's, to me, it's very critical that we got to get something started, even if it's a small unit. And I showed, you know, there was in the council questions about a $23 million, get you 40 units or so. Start somewhere. And the council, let's just say it keeps going forever. So I really would like to see something going like that. And then if we bought something, I always hear the concern was, well, then we got to upgrade it. And I don't understand, you know, I know our lawyer might say, well, you got to do these things, but why can a private company buy an apartment complex and then and he doesn't have to they don't have to reinvest, but the city does. Now, I'm not saying the city shouldn't buy and then preserve, but yeah, I mean, so we're not accomplishing anything if we're just going to, well, let's look for another source, let's look for that. Because right now, all those sources are going to be tapped out because of the conditions that were going on. So I really like to see the staff, again, look outside the box and say, take a gamble. What if? But give us a scenario that says, what if? That's not in this report. And see what can get done. Put on your hat as if, hey, I'm a private investor. What can I do? And then mold it to see what it goes with the city. Because I agree with Councilmember Hicks is that we got to be able to take opportunities. If the market goes flat, we're going to be able to buy property and allow us to keep it. We'll have preservation, acquisition. We could do rapid rehousing. Maybe we get some Measure A money, or maybe the home key money. I know the city manager already got that. Glad to see you on the screen. So that's pretty. And then a side note on Measure P. Jess, I'm very familiar with Measure P and how we did it, but I would be very cautious, since we sort of presented it to the community that a majority of that money was for transportation. And yes, we knew there was the potential that people could take them, future councils could take that money and use it for other purposes. But if that happens, then that could, put a, shot across the bow for future tax measures that people might say, well, they said one thing and then they flip-flopped. And the city of Mountain View residents are pretty good about remembering flip-floppers. So I'm supportive of everything. Do what you can do. Wish you the best of luck, and I'll support anything that you come up with. Short enough, Lucas? Thank you.
No, but we'll move on to Councilor Radicek. Thank you.
Yeah, that was not short enough, John. Sorry. So coming in tonight, I was thinking that I wanted to prioritize what do we do when SB 330 sunsets, because of the difficulties in finding financing or funding for acquisition and preservation. And Councilmember Ramirez, I think you are spot on when you said that SB 330 might change over time. And so that kind of heightened my interest in prioritizing that above the other projects we could be working on. I think we need to be ready for different scenarios of what could happen with SB 330. And I think we need to think about different scenarios of what might happen and get ready for that. So I'd like to prioritize that over the other. I also agree with the comment about picking some examples of projects as opposed to saying we want to do 1,500 units. I would rather look at, let's look at a 10-unit complex, let's look at a 50-unit complex, and see what we could make happen or potentially have happen, and where the funding could potentially come from, as opposed to saying we want a 1,500 unit program I'd rather just look at individual projects and see what we could do for different sizes. But again, you know, I feel like I do hear staff saying it's incredibly difficult to find funding. But, you know, Councilmember McAllister, I agree. Start getting creative. You know, we've gotten creative in the past on things, and what comes to mind is 777 Middlefield with the teacher housing there. And so let's, get creative on this one as well. I do agree with, basically everything, staff said they should continue to work on. I have no problems with that. They all make sense to me. I do want to acknowledge what Councilmember McAllister said about Measure P. I feel like we set the expectation with our residents that that was going to be used for transportation. And I would be very hesitant to redirect the funding to something else. I feel like when you set the expectation, you should stick with it. So we would need to be very cautious in that one. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I'd like to also echo my thanks to staff for all the work done and all the work that we're talking about for the future. In particular, I appreciated the detail in the 6-prong strategy and want to commend staff for already making their way through some of the items on that strategy. I think it shows the priority of our council to tackle this very difficult policy issue of displacement. So for the 2 questions, I'm just going to give yes for both, and then I'll go into a couple comments. Yes for question 1 and 2. And one of the things I've been thinking about as I've been listening to my colleagues bring items forward and kind of reflecting on the staff presentation as well as the staff report is, as we're discussing the implications of SB 330 coming into effect, in the forefront of my mind is also the governor's signature in terms of what's going to be coming in January, with residents needing to pay 25% of their rent. And so, something that Councilmember Matichak just spoke of was kind of like the immediacy and what do we need to tackle immediately. And I see that as something that contributes to displacement, and what the city is doing right now and these policies we're discussing tonight be a way to help mitigate what is coming. And so I think it's become very clear as the pandemic has progressed that we're going to continue to be in this for quite some time. And so how might some of the displacement policies we're working on kind of come into more immediate effect? So something that I've been thinking about is we've talked quite a bit about in the past having property owners who do not have the ability to create pass-through mechanisms to the tenant improvements. So would that fall into something that we can look at in terms of how we're evaluating the acquisition program and preservation? I'm not sure but given staff talking about how difficult it is to leverage funds to acquire actual units, maybe we can think about the preservation part of the units. I heard a lot of the staff report was about kind of the difficulty in leveraging funds for acquisition, but is working with the landlords and a way to help do the preservation side of things. I put that out there as like as a comment, and perhaps staff can look into that and let us know, because though I agree with the direction staff is going in, and I say yes to these 2 questions, I do feel like there's an immediacy that's coming, or that we're already in because of the pandemic, and then SB 330, the legislation that's going to be signed and coming into effect in January, and how might we also kind of how do those all talk to each other in addition to the work we're already doing? Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark?
Yeah, so I, just in terms of answering the staff's questions, yes to both. I think I would echo two things. I think we do need to monitor what may happen with 330, because my guess is that before it sunsets, we'll find that it isn't, in the current economic environment, isn't sustainable as it is today. And I think that there will need to be some amendments to it before it sunsets. So I think it's probably hard to predict what those amendments will be until proposals start coming out. But I think we should monitor that, because if it stays in its current form, then I think we really need to look at, it's just not going to be possible for a lot of new development to occur as these units age. And, in those cases, we're going to have to look at ways to make it possible for folks to, for either us or someone to acquire those and fix them up in a financially feasible manner, or for new development to occur and those units to be replaced. And I think in a lot of cases that'll be very difficult under the current framework. So my expectation is, given the economic change that's occurred since 330 was passed, that'll be amended at some point. So I think we should just monitor that. I think in terms of acquisition, I think we should be. I agree with Councilmember Matishak that I think I'm fine setting a goal, but I think we're tiptoeing into this, and as much as I would love to jump to a world where tomorrow we own a whole bunch of properties, I don't think that's going to happen. We don't really know what we're doing, frankly, and it's great that we're learning by doing, but I think we should start small with and be opportunistic. And if we can partner with someone who's out there to provide some funding and make it possible to acquire some of these complexes while the market is down, and make a long-term investment in them, then I'm perfectly happy to do that. So I generally agree with staff's direction there. I would just say that I wouldn't commit to a large. It's fine to have a stretch goal, but I wouldn't go out and say we have to hit this 1,500 unit goal tomorrow, because I agree with Councilmember Matishak that we just need to be opportunistic and find a few and get a better sense for how we want to handle this in Mountain View, and then we can expound upon that goal. And then finally, to echo what a few other council members have said, we made some promises to the public with respect to Measure P, and I think we need to do our best to keep those. And I think the public will give us some leeway in terms of, we are in an economic crisis, and there are, I think it's okay to deviate a little bit in terms of general fund money and utilizing things, for a limited period of time. But I think if we're going to do that, we need to find a way to clearly communicate to the public why we're doing that, and that it's a very limited period of time. And then, we fully intend to revert to those original percentages if we deviate. I'm not saying we should. I'm just saying that if we decide as a council, either now or in the future, that we need, this is an emergency and we need to utilize some of those funds for in the short term for some other things to fill some gaps, whether it's to support our small businesses or whatever, or our tenants or whatever it happens to be, then so be it. But I think as Councilmember McAllister said, I think we need to avoid the slippery slope there and set some very clear boundaries and parameters, and just say, we aren't deviating from that plan in the long term. It's only a short term gap, and hopefully we don't even have to do that. But I just think we need to be extra careful with the Measure P monies, because when the voters, when we go out and ask them to place their trust in us to do something, we need to ensure that we keep that trust and honor that as much as we can. So, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. I was going to add my comments. I'm going to start with a question, and so this is in regards to 1. So I agree with both 1 and 2. I support that. I agree with what folks have said about maybe prioritizing 2. And I guess I wanted to ask a question about 1, the acquisition preservation item. So I was hoping maybe, I'm trying to, I understand Councilmember McAllister's issues and maybe some frustration, as I've been listening to him for 6 years about it. And I actually have agreed with him over the years. And I'm hoping that you could just walk me through a scenario to really, I'm just trying to really understand what the rubbing point is. So let's say right now there's a apartment complex on California up for sale. If we wanted to acquire that, how could we do that is different from how we've been doing affordable projects? And I go back to, and this is way back when, I know some of you know about Marcy Freeland Place. And I don't know the whole story. I've heard bits and pieces over the years, but my understanding was that was something that the city acquired, and then I don't know, in partnership, or it was handed over to a nonprofit affordable housing corporation. But that's my understanding, is that it was the city that proactively purchased that property. So how can we do that? And what would be different from how we're doing affordable projects now?
Sure. Let me offer some thoughts, and then also see if RT may have some additional thoughts. And some of the thoughts here may also be related to the fact that the city also have an acquisition mechanism that is facilitated by Public Works and the real estate department to make strategic acquisitions for various uses and priorities that the council has had. But maybe I can start with how housing developments are done now, and how it might be thought of in terms of the city making the acquisitions. So for example, in our housing funds, developers know that there are funds that are available for new development. Developers go out and look for site acquisition opportunities, and so there are multiple developers all the time talking to brokers, talking to their network to look for the opportunities. They are talking about negotiating and leveraging external resources, etc. And then they come to the city and make an ask. We review the project and we review the financials, and the city comes in as a gap funder, and we take it through the streamlined offer process. The process for the city to go out, that may be an opportunity. I think part of the thoughts in terms of capacity is how many deals or opportunities might we go out and go find? Would we be able to replicate the same amount of sort of resources that nonprofit developers are out there looking for opportunities? The second part, and I've not had an opportunity to work in depth with the city's acquisition process, and so perhaps RT or others may have some insights there, but is there a city process that we would need to go through to move quickly on a site acquisition? We know from the San Francisco case that the small size acquisition, as operated through another entity, it allows that other entity to move very, very quickly without having to take it, for example, back to the council, maybe through closed session or whatnot, as long as those opportunities are aligning with the program guidelines. I think third, if the city were to, when we were to take a look at this a bit more, there would still need to be funds that are set aside in the acquisition fund that the city has to make these acquisitions. I believe Councilmember McAllister shared some properties that are currently being listed. I think there was a 40-unit apartment for $23 million, et cetera. And so then the question is, would the city go in, for example, and try to negotiate on a 40-unit, $23 million property, or might the city come in and provide gap funding to a nonprofit developer who is leveraging external sources to help pay for the $23 million property? There are a lot of questions, and we can certainly take a look at how it might be structured. I think it is a good exercise to make sure we're looking at that. There would be various items we have to take a look at in terms of if the city were the actual acquirer, and then probably a whole set of plans beyond that. For example, does the city hold on to that property for the long term? Do we look to sell it to a nonprofit developer later because we just moved quickly? What is the long-term asset management plan? Who does that? So I think all of these are possible areas to evaluate. It is probably a very comprehensive set of analysis, but then also responsibilities that the city may undertake, and maybe for good reason. And we will want to surface all those elements if the city were to take an active role in doing acquisition. And so I'll pause there and see if maybe RT has any thoughts or input on this.
I think Wayne was pretty comprehensive. I'll just note that our Public Works Director, Dawn Cameron's here, and she can maybe provide a little bit of insight into both acquisition and our experience with owning housing. And then I'll just note that currently we don't have funding based on our balances, but we do have opportunities through alternative mitigations through the BMR program to ask for funding instead of units. And so there are some funding opportunities if that come, that the council has options on. So I'll just let Dawn speak to the property acquisition issue.
Thank you. Good evening, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. So in terms of the city's own experience with acquiring residential properties, we actually have acquired 2 residential properties in the last couple of years. Of course, they're very much smaller than what you're talking about. But basically the process has been, we had the strategic property acquisition reserve, which was well funded, and that was key. The money was there, it was in cash. We saw a key strategic property come on the market, or we knew and heard through the grapevine it was going to go on the market, and then our real property program manager would go in and start talking to the broker right away, saying the city is interested. And at the same time that we were doing that, we were getting ready to come to council in closed session immediately. So we would turn that around within a week or two, come into the council to say, there's a strategic property that's up for sale. This is what we think it's valued at. Do you give us staff authority to go and make an offer on it and negotiate price and terms? So twice we have a duplex on Escuela, and we have a 3-unit place on Dana that within a week of hearing it was going to be on the market, we were before council. We had authority to make an offer. We went in, we made the offer, negotiated the deal, came to council in open session for the purchase, to approve the purchase and sell agreement. And pretty much within 45 to 60 days, we owned the property. Now, a couple of key decisions were made to do that and move quickly to make sure that we weren't out negotiated by other potential purchasers. We did not do intense property inspections. We made a decision as a city, we were going to take the property as is and take full responsibility then for any repairs or maintenance, and working with the existing tenants and continuing that tenant relationship. So that was a key factor. And again, these were much smaller projects that made it much more possible for it to do so. So if the city has the financial resources to go in and quickly purchase an apartment complex that may be on the market for substantially more money, of course, than what we were looking at there, again, a key consideration would be, are we taking it as is? Or are we going to do more due diligence as part of purchasing and do full inspections and that type of thing, which can all be worked through. So we do know how to do it. We have done it, but there are a lot of major policy considerations before we take it on, because I will tell you, just those few units we've acquired has actually required quite a bit of staff time to manage.
Great, thank you very much. That's actually really helpful. So because I was just trying to figure out again what the rubbing point has been, and I think I have a better sense now. So in terms of this item, then, so I think it's definitely worth continuing to explore. My sense is from what the answer to my question is that it sounds like there are many policy decisions to be made, and I guess I'm trying to maybe compare it or liken it to perhaps like our park program, park acquisition improvement program, and we have the park in lieu fees, right? So do we need to come up with policies on acquisition and what the priorities are, in terms of what we would acquire? So certainly I think that's worth exploring those policy issues and bringing it back to council at some point. In terms of funding, just my thoughts. I agree with what the other council members have said about Measure P. I think it's important for us to abide by what we told the voters it was going to go for. So I would not want to deviate too much from what we said or committed to. Other thoughts I've had was the TOT tax, and I know we've talked about that in the context of the Sustainability Action Plan, but depending on how much that is and how much we would raise, perhaps we could look at that as a source down the road. I know we would have to wait for the next election in 2 years to put that on the ballot, but might as well start thinking about that and preparing for it because it does take some time. The other thing too is that a long time ago, I like to talk about a long time ago, but it was during the discussion about housing impact fees, there was an alternative suggestion that came up. What about a parcel tax? And we actually did a poll, and it had passed at a $29 amount at that time. I don't know, I can't remember how long. It's probably been about 10 years. So that could be another option if we're looking for a funding source. And so, and the argument to that was that if this really is a community priority, then why not have the community participate in helping to fund those opportunities? So that would be another suggestion. So going to item 2 and 330, I agree. When I heard about or read about 330 last year, my first immediate thought was this is going to halt all redevelopment projects. And I don't know if that was the intent, frankly. I can't really get a sense of what folks were really intending, if they really thought, they were going to be replacement, one-for-one replacement units, or the idea was to halt the redevelopment so that, folks wouldn't be displaced. But regardless, I think that is that. I appreciate staff confirming that. So, Councilmember Ramirez, you're probably right. That legislation will probably be revised. So let's stay on top of it and then adjust accordingly what we plan to do after the sunset. My final thought, and I would throw this, ask my colleagues about this too, for your thoughts, is reading this staff report and then the one later on about Small Business Action Plan, my conclusion has been the best thing for us to be able to do is get people back to work and being able to bring in income. And part of that has been, and tied to the rent relief program. I think when we, that has been immediate assistance, and it seems to have helped quite a few folks. There's starting to be questions about what happens, as Vice Mayor mentioned, what happens after the eviction moratorium ends. And so I wanted to request that we look at, how we continue such a program. A long time ago, it was called I tried to name it the Short-Term Rental Assistance Program. And when I look at the acquisition cost of $450 million for 1,500 units, my thought was, would it be more cost-effective if we provided financial assistance for 1,500, families or individuals? I just quickly costed it out. At $500 a month, it was something like $900,000 a year. So with $450 million, you have 45 years of funding, right? Or 450 years. So I guess, and so my request was, can we begin to talk about that type of program, a rental assistance program or financial assistance program? I mentioned I was following Andrew Yang, the universal basic income idea. And then if we need to focus it on housing, I think that would be fine. But that would be my interest, just because it's more immediate and we can focus it on folks who really need the assistance. And perhaps, yes, it would be more cost effective. So would appreciate any thoughts from my council members on that idea. Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. So I didn't have a comment on that. I just wanted to circle back real quick on SB 330. I was suggesting that not only monitoring what might be happening with it, but looking at what we see are the issues with it, because other people will see those same issues. And we can probably have an educated guess on what legislation might be introduced to deal with those issues. And we would act then accordingly at that time. I don't think we wait until it sunsets before we do something, because legislation might be introduced that we don't necessarily agree with, that has a negative impact, and we'll want to be ready to do our own ordinance to adjust to whatever happens. So I don't want to wait until it sunsets. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Good point. Councilmember Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to agree with what Councilmember Matichak just said, and I think recognize that there is greater urgency in addressing question 2 and what the future of SB 330, and also support what the Mayor was suggesting about some dedicated revenue for, or potentially, if we're looking at new sources of funding for short-term rental relief. I agree that that's probably the most cost-effective way of addressing, displacement, to the extent that it's, created by, some scenarios where people just need some assistance to remain in the unit that they're in, and certainly for the foreseeable future, with so many people out of work or who have lost hours. I think there's clearly a need right now. So to the greatest extent we're able to fund a program like that, I would be supportive. I mean, just more broadly, if we're looking at new funding sources, keeping that revenue fairly flexible so we can explore some of the innovative ideas related to acquisition rehab, and also things that we know work, like subsidies for new construction or short-term rental relief.
Thank you. Any other comments? Do I need to get a majority to support the concept of rental assistance continuation, or can that be included in your research?
Mayor, it would be good to hear the other council members' comments on us following up with both short-term rental assistance and the bonding, because we could certainly follow up on those as ideas for funding.
So with bonding, what was the question?
I think there was a comment that you had made about not bonding, a ballot measure. Funding source.
TOT or
yes.
tax or. Is there interest in looking at some kind of funding? Hands, if you could put your hands up. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Everyone supports that. And then any interest in the rental assistance continuation? 2, 4. I see 4. And then Councilmember Hicks, you have a comment?
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure when you said the continuation of looking for funding. What I meant when I raised my hand for that was that I would be into I think you maybe mentioned one or two sources, but I think that Council Member Ramirez, he and I talked to Wayne Chen earlier about this topic, he mentioned some that the city, I think, if I remember right, some that the city of San Jose was working on. So I would like a broad look at different kinds of additional funding sources, not which I think was in the staff report, not just the ones that have come up tonight. So that's what I meant when I raised my hand.
Thank you. Yes, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. I just would like to get some clarity from council. I know the straw poll was just taken on the rental assistance continuation, so I just want to get clarity on what that means. So are we continuing the current program that we have now and figuring out what sort of funding we may have, or are we talking about something entirely different where it's more like a universal basic income, perhaps monthly stipend? So I just want to be clear on what the council's voting on that they're interested in to bring back.
And also, if I could jump in, this is a study session, so I think this should be couched in terms of bringing back other options for council to consider. No action, of course, would be decided upon tonight, but I think that was your intent. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Councilor Ramirez.
Thank you. Well, I don't know if you wanted to respond to the city manager's request for clarification about the nature of the rent assistance first.
Oh, sure. Thank you. So I guess I'm open to it. I think we do need to look at something past, what we have in the account right now, depending on how long this pandemic goes, but also my interest was that, and this is a program we've had for a while at like $150,000 a year, and it was helping at just not very many families. But now that we've expanded it, are there ways to continue to expand it, and along the similar lines of based on income levels and then need, and maybe filling that gap between what a person or a family can afford versus what their rent would be. My thought was because of rent control, that gap might be smaller than it was before CSFRA came into effect, but some kind of program, and there may need to be time limits too, but some kind of that financial assistance program to help folks be able to stay in their units. I don't know if that's any clearer, but then I'll go back to you, Councilmember Ramirez.
Really quickly, so responding to the question about where new funding sources might come from, I don't really feel a need to be prescriptive about that right now. I feel comfortable with general direction about let's explore potential ballot measure, assuming that's where folks are coming from, because there are a lot of different options, and who knows what the polling will say. There may not be support for for some of the ideas that we can think of right now. But since we're discussing new ideas, the two I was interested in exploring further, if there's support from the council, are looking at opportunities to prevent displacement resulting from code enforcement concerns, and I don't know if that's helpful to further define, and then also exploring funding for legal assistance at the very least, for as long as we have, some of the state and federal eviction moratorium protections and that kind of thing.
I can put those up as straw vote questions. Let me go to Councilmember Medichek first.
So are we going to do straw votes on all of the things that have been mentioned since, because otherwise I don't have to do my comments. If we just want to do straw votes on anything, I was just going to share my perspective.
Yes, so I guess like I was gonna put up the rental assistance item, code enforcement concerns, and legal assistance as straw votes. If that.
Okay, then I can hold my comments.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I want to ask Councilmember Ramirez. We already have a rental assistance program which we fund and run it through the CSA. What are you proposing with your suggestion or your motion? And would that money take away from a more permanent solution like the acquisition preservation that we're talking? That was our topic. And I just wondering how you're going to tie your program, which we already have in existence, that's going to be different than what we're doing now.
It's a fair question. So my intention is to not create a new program per se. There are organizations that provide legal assistance to tenants, and I'm certain that there are similar organizations that do the same for property owners. We don't, though. The city does not. I think a fair approach would be perhaps in the context of the CDBG or general fund allocation that we make. We can reach out to some of those organizations and see if they'd be interested in having a more formal partnership with the city. The city attorney and I had talked about this in a conversation about a week ago, I think, about some of the challenges when you have these groups telling residents one thing and then the city having a different interpretation, for instance, of the county eviction moratorium. So I view it as an opportunity to build a more formal relationship with an organization that we know and trust, and not replicating their service and providing our own legal assistance. Is that helpful?
Yeah, but I thought you said you wanted to have rental assistance, so it was more of an informational thing, not actual subsidy going to people.
Oh, so I'm supporting the mayor's proposal for basically sustaining the rent relief program that we currently have, maybe modifying the parameters to better, suit the need or the time, but continuing that program, which I think is much lower cost than, for instance, new construction or rehab. So I don't see them as mutually exclusive. I think they achieve different things.
Okay, because I guess I heard you talk something different. And to the mayor's motion that she wants to straw vote, how would that be funded in a sustainable manner?
Well, so it goes back to the funding source question, and so I think we directed staff to look at different possibilities, including the ballot measure idea, but not just limiting it to that other, for them to look at all options for funding.
For
an ongoing funding source. Yeah.
Okay. Because I just sort of get a sense that, I'd support everything, but it seems like we go one way in a direction, and then all of a sudden it's sort of mushrooms and we're going all kinds of things. And I get staff is sort of going, well, what are we going to focus on to actually get something done? And that's the concern, is that.
I'll be honest, I think that it costs a lot more to do the acquisition program, and that's why I was looking for something that was lower cost, and that's where my conclusion fell on the rental assistance program. And sure, it's maybe not, it's more finite, but the length of time is pretty long. And so is it worth 20 years of rental assistance, versus buying the 1,500 units? And how many more people could we help with rental assistance, right? And so I'm looking at breadth and also just the cost benefit of that money. Like, how can we use it in the best way possible to help as many people as possible?
Yeah.
Is how I'm looking at it. Councilmember Hicks?
So I think I may be asking the same question that Councilmember McAllister was in a different way. I'm a little unclear if when we take this straw vote exactly what we're voting on. Are we voting on kind of an additional list of things that we want staff to explore, or to some degree it sounds like what the mayor just said is we're voting to prioritize them above acquisition and preservation. I'm not clear which way we're going, and I guess I don't feel for myself, I don't have it confirmed that rental assistance program. I think in the short term, if you're addressing some short-term problems, you can help a larger number of people, but when I've worked with acquisition and preservation programs, the purpose is permanent affordability, and over time, I think that they're more cost effective. And I think that over time, I mean, 20 years sounds like a long time now, but 20 years from now, you look back and you say, oh my gosh, I really wish that we had done that. We'd be way far ahead of the game if we had, well, frankly, done something more like what Councilmember McAllister has been advocating, you know, really invest in something that pays off over the long term. So I just want to make sure that my straw vote doesn't mean that I'm prioritizing the rental assistance over a longer term preservation and acquisition program. And I'm not clear what my vote would mean.
So I was just going to put up the 3 items that came up as in addition to acquisition, preservation, and SB 330. Is that clear? So I'm just going to ask you.
So I would be voting
code enforcement
them or to prioritize them over that.
I don't think we're ready to prioritize. I think we need more information back from staff. So we're just asking. My intent was to ask if you want to add these items as specific items for staff to look into and bring back to us. Yes, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think we're definitely getting into the situation where we do have items that I think are related to displacement that staff will need to study and bring back. I do see some of these items as potential work plan items just because of staff's workload right now. I don't think that all of these items could even reasonably be expected to be brought back anytime soon. And I do see some of these being related with the same study session, whereas others we may potentially have to take on their own. So for example, what I'm hearing, and I'm just going to summarize what I'm hearing, the straw votes that were taken. The exploration of potential revenue increase through a ballot measure was something that the full council supported, and staff can look at the gamut of those possibilities. Now, there probably will be special elections next year, but obviously the even number year is 2 years from now. I'm also hearing the rental assistance continuation of some sort, whether it's the rent relief program or how that might look more long-term. I'm hearing interest in that. Where we didn't necessarily get consensus, but I heard interest is looking at people who are displaced due to code enforcement, and then also looking at potential funding resources for any legal assistance for people who may need help. I heard that raised, but I did not hear consensus on exploring that further. So I think at this point, there were a lot of comments, but that's the one piece that I need to understand if that's to be brought back. And then staff's just going to have to really look at this and see how this fits in with the timing of all the other workload projects.
Thank you, City Manager. I think you're up, right? Or you are right. So we did take a straw vote on the 2 items, including the rental assistance. So it was just code enforcement and legal assistance that we need to get council's motion or votes on, or straw vote on. So before I do that, I'm going to get to the Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. I just had a question about the legal assistance idea, and I know that the city has partnered with community-based organizations in the past to try to share information. So for example, we've done, know your rights clinics, we've done, other events. And so when it comes to legal assistance related to displacement, I don't know if that also would touch maybe what's going on with, I'm assuming the city manager will discuss in her COVID update later. I know that we have organizations that are already out in the community trying to do the educational component. And so I feel like part of that's already happening. And so how can, and I believe that the city is already partnering. And so, perhaps it's just making it more robust. I feel like that's the question that I have. I feel like there's something existing. I'm not sure what that is. Perhaps staff can get back to us at a later time and let us know. I think that makes me feel a little bit more comfortable than taking a straw motion, because I think that there is some existing work. Thank you.
Yes, I was thinking SALA. There's a senior legal assistance program that we fund through CDBG, so there may be already some existing programs. So if we want to ask staff to bring that back, or by memo or somehow, that would be fine. And then code enforcement, is there interest in exploring that topic? Oh, and I'm sorry, Councilmember Ramirez, did you want to make a comment before that?
No problem. I'll try to be brief because I don't want to belabor the point. For me, the specific value of the legal assistance is, I think we can reasonably expect a significant increase in evictions over the next several months, and possibly going into next year. And rent relief is great. The eviction moratorium has been helpful. I think those are going to change, and different people will have access to different protections. But where we currently don't, is if staff is aware of an existing funding opportunity or partnership that I'm not recalling, please correct me if I'm wrong. But we're not, for instance, funding an organization that provides legal representation for tenants who are going through the unlawful detainer process, and that's where I'm hoping the city can establish a more formal partnership with an organization that that we trust, because I think that's where folks going through the eviction process are going to be the most vulnerable and most afraid. It's a very difficult and confusing process. If we already are funding an organization that provides that kind of service to Mountain View residents, great. I don't see a need to spend a lot of time on this, but if we don't, that's where I'm hoping we can, again, through the CDBG process or the general fund allocations that we do, that's where I'm hoping we can increase our support.
So is that something we can ask staff to bring back more information on then? Would that suffice, Councilmember Ramirez? I personally don't know what options, other than SALA, I don't know if there are other options. I think I can, again, compare it to maybe like Project Sentinel that we contract with for mediation services. So if that's something you're looking similarly at for legal services, definitely I personally would entertain exploring it, but I just don't have enough information to say yes or no right now. So if you want to, yes, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think what we can do with those items are bring back information in a memo so staff can look at what existing resources we have right now currently. There's also Legal Aid Society. So there are organizations out there that would do this work. So I think this one is best just for a memo to let you all know what we have as our options and where we could go. And I think the other two items that we mentioned are clear on where the straw polls were taken, and staff will do the analysis and research and bring those items back. But I think the code enforcement issues and legal assistance, we can let you all know in a memo.
Great. All right. Thank you. Anyone else with any other comments? No? Great. If not, then we will close our study session. And let's see, why don't we open regular session at 7 p.m. So we'll take a short break and we'll see you back at 7. Thank you. Thank you, staff.
Thank you so much.
please join me with the Pledge of Allegiance that should be on your screen. And we will go ahead and start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you.
And we will now go to roll call, please. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me make my announcement first. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with State of California Executive Order N2920 dated March 17, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical meeting location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com, on YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube, and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 941-4192-9990. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record of the meeting, and all votes will be taken by roll call vote. Now I'd like to ask the City Clerk to take roll call, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Here.
Councilmember Hicks.
Here.
Councilmember Matichak.
Here.
Councilmember McAllister. Councilmember McAllister is present. Councilmember
Here.
Ramirez.
I'm here. Don't pass me up.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Here.
Mayor Iquirements.
Here.
Thank you.
Everyone is present, and we will move on to item 3, presentations. Each month, or when there is a special month, we have been recognizing those months, and October is Hispanic Heritage Month, and so we have a proclamation to recognize Hispanic Heritage Month, and I'd like to go ahead and read it. Whereas in 1968, President Lyndon B. Johnson first introduced Hispanic Heritage Week to recognize and celebrate the independence of our neighbors in Central America and Mexico. And whereas 20 years later, President Ronald Reagan expanded the recognition period from 1 week to 1 month, beginning September 15th through October 15th. And whereas the Hispanic and Latino communities in Mountain View represent approximately 22% of our population and are a diverse group with roots throughout Latin America and beyond, with many Latino residents tracing their heritage to the original indigenous communities of Latin America and Africa. And whereas Hispanic and Latino residents for many generations have made and continue to make significant contributions to the prosperity and culture in Mountain View, the state of California, and our nation. And whereas we recognize and celebrate the achievements of our Hispanic and Latino neighbors in every sector as teachers and business owners, scientists and soldiers, farm workers and first responders, artists and activists, and colleagues and friends. And whereas Mountain View's Hispanic and Latino residents are an integral part of our diverse communities, past, present, and future, and we are a greater and more vibrant city because of them. Now, therefore, I, Margaret Abicola, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim September 15th through October 15th to be Hispanic Heritage Month, signed and sealed this 22nd day of September 2020. And I believe our Vice Mayor had some comments that she would like to add.
Great. Thank you so much, Mayor. I appreciate you reading that proclamation and allowing this to come forward. Hispanic Heritage Month is such an interesting time about honoring, celebrating. Then we can't celebrate right now. We all need to be socially distanced, but I thought we can still celebrate virtually. And so appreciate you affirming our city's commitment to being a community for all and recognizing our diverse population. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and thank you for bringing the proclamation forward. I have anyone else? If not, I have a second proclamation. This is to recognize National Railroad Safety Suicide Prevention Month. This is something that is very close to our community, as we do have a rail line, and we've unfortunately had some incidents in the recent past. So I will read this. Whereas National Railroad Safety and National Suicide Prevention Month is observed during the month of September, and safety on the Caltrain and BTA light rail rights of way has been and remains a continuing priority in the city of Mountain View and along rail systems that traverse several communities and includes many public vehicle and pedestrian crossings. And whereas educating and informing the public about rail safety, enhancing public awareness of the dangers associated with railway crossings, ensuring pedestrians and motorists are looking and listening while near railways, and obeying established traffic laws will reduce the number of fatalities and injuries on the railway system. And while safety is a clear priority for railways, approximately 70% of the deaths occurring on the railroad tracks are ruled suicides. And whereas suicide is the 10th leading cause of death in the United States and the second leading cause of death among individuals between the ages of 10 and 34, and suicide is a public health issue, and every death by suicide impacts hundreds of individuals, including family, friends, co-workers, neighbors, and community members. And whereas in these challenging times, it is essential that we educate residents about suicide prevention and mental health resources in the community, and we must encourage relatives, friends, co-workers, and the community at large to recognize the signs of suicide and guide those in need to appropriate services, resources, and support. And whereas the City of Mountain View has recognized the importance of suicide prevention by prioritizing youth mental health as a council goal spearheaded by the Council Youth Services Committee, and suicide is preventable, and it is appropriate to dedicate our thoughts to improving the mental health of all Mountain View residents and raising awareness about suicide. Now, therefore, I, Margaret Abekoga, Mayor of the City of Mountain View, along with my colleagues on the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September as National Railroad Safety and Suicide Prevention Month, signed and sealed this 22nd day of September 2022. And Vice Mayor, did you have comments on this proclamation?
Yes, thank you so much for indulging two proclamations. September is Suicide Prevention Month, and given the COVID pandemic, our shelter in place, and the kind of insecurity we're all going through, navigating all of this, prioritizing our mental health as well as that of our community is of the utmost importance. And so really appreciate all the efforts that staff has made to share those resources, as well as my colleagues for prioritizing youth mental health. And I just wanted to reiterate that if anyone is feeling alone, you are not alone. You have all of us, and we are available. There are resources, and I just wanted to share that. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other council members wishing to comment? Well, thank you very much. We will move on to item 3.1, COVID-19 update by our City Manager, Kimber McCarthy. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. I'm going to share my screen here. Okay. Thank you for letting me present the latest COVID-19 update for tonight. And the first thing that I wanted to do before I really dive into some of the numbers is I want to thank our staff for everything they've done over these last 6-7 months. So the 6-month anniversary of sheltering in place actually occurred just this past Thursday. And I really want to acknowledge our citywide team for really stepping up over these last few months and really doing everyone's best to provide services to the community at the highest level. And I think that that is what our staff are known for in Mountain View. And I think that really responding to the pandemic in the quickest and best way possible has really been the hallmark of what we've been doing these last several months. And it certainly hasn't been easy. I know that we've talked many times just about the changes that have come on a daily and weekly basis that staff has had to respond to. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And of course, we have our first responders, our fire and police who are out there helping the community. We have other essential workers, our streets, parks, water, wastewater, our building inspectors who've actually been working this entire time. They've never been sheltering in place. So I just wanted to acknowledge the team for all the work that they've done these past 6 months and thank them for what they're doing and continue to do all this hard work as we begin to respond and recover from the pandemic. So moving to our numbers, you can see that the case counts do continue to go up in the county, but there is a bit of bright news. So these numbers are as of yesterday. There were around 109 cases yesterday. And the bright news is that we are still remaining in the red tier in the county, and our case numbers actually seem to be improving somewhat. In Mountain View right now, we do have 553 positive cases, and that's an increase of about 2 over the previous day. So we were averaging around 7 per day. So I'm not really sure if this is a trend right now, but it does seem to be not increasing as quickly. So that is a bit of good news. In terms of the statewide numbers, we are at 781,694 cases statewide. And I know the font is pretty small, but statewide, we do still continue to see most of the positive cases occurring in the 18 to 49 age group. So in that younger age group is where over half of the cases are occurring. So that is an age group that the state is targeting through different social media campaigns, different marketing efforts, and really making sure that people are doing the 3 things that we all know about, just wearing our face coverings, staying outdoors as much as possible, and also keeping our physical distance from others. In terms of testing, I'm really happy to report that we have tested over 6,140 people at city facilities since the end of July. And one bit of really interesting news that I found out this week is that Santa Clara County is actually tied for the second highest testing rate in the state. So all of these testing events that our county has been having, not only here in Mountain View, but across all of our cities in our region, are really helping to contribute to us not only staying in the red tier, but hopefully progressing into the next tier soon, because part of being put in a certain tier is the amount of testing that you're doing. So as we continue to test more, hopefully we'll be able to move further up in the tier. So I did want to highlight that we do still have our ongoing drive-up testing at Shoreline Athletic Fields, and because it was a drive-through testing event, when we did experience the bad air quality because of the wildfires, that was shut down because the staff that were out there would have had to be out there for several hours a day, and it wasn't healthy for them. So that is still available Tuesday through Thursday from 8 a.m. till 12:30. We are also still partnering with El Camino Hospital in the county and doing pop-up testing events. So El Camino is doing their own events Monday through Friday, 7:30 to 7, where you can go to the hospital and get tested through an appointment. And then we do have 3 upcoming testing opportunities with the county at our Mountain View Center for Performing Arts. So September 23rd, October 6th, and October 20th are the next testing events. And you can make appointments for those at sccfreetest.org. In terms of the latest county public health order, so one of the biggest areas that the county is really focusing on right now is ensuring that anyone who has a symptom can get tested by their healthcare provider. So not only at these free testing events that I just mentioned on the previous slide, but if someone is a patient of Palo Alto Medical Foundation, so PAM, or Stanford or Kaiser, they are allowed to get tested and their healthcare provider must test them. So the provider cannot challenge someone's eligibility, cannot delay the testing, cannot take more than 3 days to get the test results back to someone, and cannot charge the individual directly for COVID-19 testing. So this is something that is very important in our county, and I want to make sure that our residents know that this is available to them should they go directly to their healthcare provider. If you do have problems getting tested when you go to your healthcare provider, starting September 23rd, that's tomorrow, starting tomorrow, you can report any problems to scccovidconcerns.org. So I want to make sure that everyone knows that this is a priority for the county, and they are able to be tested wherever they use their medical service. I also want to make sure that the community knows that right now flu shots are available for free at the Santa Clara County Fairgrounds every Saturday from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And you can visit sccphd.org/flu to learn more information. But this is also a free service that's available and is very important as we go into the flu season, along with obviously the possibility of COVID. So it's very important for everyone to get their flu shot, and we're really happy that the county is offering this free service to everyone. Then I also wanted to mention new development in terms of what our approach is with our playgrounds. And I know there's been a lot of interest in whether we're opening playgrounds or why they're closed, and why some may be open. So I want to clarify that the city has been operating under the state guidelines for playgrounds, and the state guidelines have not allowed playgrounds to be open. And the county recently did allow playgrounds to be open. So the guidance has been that cities are supposed to follow the stricter of the public health order. So the stricter of the orders is the state order. And that is why the city's playgrounds have been closed. But with the county order allowing them, most of the cities in our region right now are exploring opening. So right now, what our staff are doing, we're cleaning the playground equipment, sanitizing them, changing the sand, making sure that everything is safe and clean. We're also installing new signage at all the parks, ensuring that people are playing safe and wearing masks. And the plan is that we will have this phased reopening, with the first park to open on Monday, September the 8th. And then all city parks are expected to be open by October 1st. So we're pretty much taking that 5-day time period to open all of the parks in a phased manner. I also wanted to mention the wildfires right now. So even though we don't necessarily see the smoke in our area anymore, there are fires still burning all across the state. Right now, there are over 18,700 firefighters fighting fires across the state. There are still 27 fires burning statewide, and it's burned over 3 million acres, which really is staggering when you think about the size of 3 million acres. And as of Friday, we do have 18 of our Mountain View firefighter personnel that have been deployed to fires throughout the state. In the pictures you see, most recently, we have our firefighter paramedic, Tim Howling, who has been dispatched to the North Complex West Zone incident with our human detection canine, George. And George is the only human detection canine in the county. And unfortunately, statewide, we have lost 26 Californians in these fires, and our thoughts and prayers go out to those families and people that have lost people in the wildfires. So I did want to mention that this is still something that is ever prevalent, even though we don't necessarily have it in our air anymore. Then in terms of just some updates on our programs right now, the rent relief program continues to provide assistance to families and individuals in need. And right now, the program has expended almost $2.9 million, and the average assistance continues to be right around $2,000. For our update on our safe parking program, we do have 59 vehicles total in the program, and 132 people. And we did add the capacity. I would note we added the capacity with the Alta housing lot opening, and we are getting folks into that lot slowly and steadily, but that should be coming on board this week, and next week we'll have more folks in that lot. Then I'm really happy to announce that we were officially notified that our project home key funding was approved. And what you're seeing on the screen is a press conference that Governor Newsom did yesterday, where Mountain View was highlighted as getting an award. So the city received $10 million in a state grant, which will provide 124 modular units that have private rooms for seniors and families. And we are really happy to partner with Life Moves on this project, and we look forward to being able to tell the community more about this project. But we are expecting that the first participants will be able to move in as early, hopefully, as November. So we are very excited that the award has been official now from the state. And then lastly, I wanted to highlight that there's only 10 days left to complete the 2020 census. And the deadline is the end of this month on September 30th. Right now, we have almost 75% of our households that have been counted so far. So I just wanted to remind everyone to complete their census if they haven't already. They can go to my2020census.gov. There are also people going around to your home. If you haven't filled out the census, they do have a badge, and they will not ever enter your home. Or you can also call 800 number 844-330-2020 to take the census. So with that, that ends my update for this evening, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you very much. Any questions from council? Oh, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for the update. Lots of incredible work going on, and I'm very grateful for everything that you're doing, and particularly pleased about the approval of the project home key application. So thank you for making that happen. Just two quick questions. The first is I think in the last council meeting, we talked about potential modifications to the rent relief program in response to the state eviction moratorium and the need to pay 25% of the rent. Can you share any progress that's been made or potential modifications to the program?
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. I know that staff is working with CSA on those modifications to the program, and they do continue to serve most of the folks who are in the very lowest AMI. I don't really have any other specific updates besides that they are really looking at serving those folks, and not necessarily just only going by whether someone has been served before. I would ask if our Community Development Director, R.T. Shrivastava, has any other info, or if Wayne is on the line to provide information, but that is something that I know that they are working on with CSA.
City Manager and Councilmember Ramirez, the City Manager is correct. We're still working on it, and we will keep the council updated on what CSA advises as the best approach.
Great, thank you. And then the other question is, I checked just before the council meeting to make sure that the city has been very good about sending mailers to tenants and to property owners about with information about the eviction moratorium and resources for folks who need some assistance. So far, we haven't sent one with information about AB 3088. Is there a mailer in the works, and do you have a sense of when that's likely to go out?
I know that we're working with the City Attorney's Office to get a mailer out, and so the CSFRA staff is working on it, and we can add that to the update. I don't have a specific date.
Okay, no worries.
I would just note that there is a very robust community outreach plan to make sure that not only tenants but landlords know about all of the different changes in AB 3088, especially as compared to the city's eviction moratorium. So there are a number of not only mailers that are going out, but in-person outreach, social media, emails, phone calls. So I know that staff has a full plan put together for that in both English and Spanish.
That's fantastic. I'm grateful also for the work that you're doing on that. The only request I would have is if that information that you're sending out also includes information about the rent relief program, because they work really in tandem, that would be ideal. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
I'll try to be as quick as Lucas with his short questions, but yeah, I just wanted to follow on the city manager observation of how well our city staff is working really hard and has always been a good, they're dedicated, they're professional. And I observed in this recent political climate that some candidates are getting negative. And Mountain View is not known for having negative campaigns, bashing people or going after some another opponent, or even going after our staff. And the only real way to make a judgment is that you have to know our staff. And so I would like to say, again, commend our staff for the tremendous amount of work they're doing. Just look at the last report on the, it only took them 6 years to get the acquisition one going, but that's cool. But the dedication, working there, if you go to City Hall, you'll see people working there, late nights, people at home. And so this is a opportunity just to say, take it easy out there, candidates. We got a great city. We work well together. We're known as a council that works together. And this negativity is not in our pedigree. And just enjoy what you have and be lucky if you get elected to this council, because it's a tremendous honor. And I just want to let the city manager know that I personally support and have tremendous respect for our staff. So that's just a comment on the current political climate out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Councilmember McAllister. I agree. I think our staff has just been amazing, and to be able to pivot from what we know been doing, our day-to-day, to COVID relief and all that we've accomplished in 6 months, is I just am so proud and so thankful to all of our staff who've really worked almost around the clock on these issues. And I think Project Home Key is an example of that, where the staff was able to get in the application in 3 days. I was skeptical, honestly, but the fact that they got it in and then we received the grant, I've learned we're only one of 3 projects in Santa Clara County that received this funding. And I just wanted to mention too that Assemblymember Mark Berman left me a message right before the meeting congratulating us and thanking us for stepping up to have this project in our city. So thank you again, Councilmember McAllister. I completely agree with you on your comments. And yeah, so, speed is good, but it's also really important to do things well. And I actually think we do both here in Mountain View. So Councilmember Hicks, do you have some comments as well or questions?
I was just going to agree. And I think that, I expect, being an elected official, that we'll all get some slings and arrows here and there, but I think that our staff is doing a tremendous job, and I just want to make sure they're not pulled into the election as well, because it's not really their job to get those kinds of slings and arrows. And so I wanted to second what Councilmember McAllister said. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Councilmember McAllister, everybody agreeing with you? What does it feel like? So all jokes aside, yes, echoing my sentiments of feeling a deep appreciation and gratitude for staff. And I think one of the ways that we can continue to show appreciation for staff is filling out our census, because they are actually using our 2010 census data for our COVID relief efforts. And that's for Medi-Cal, it's for Section 8 housing, it's for a lot of different services that are You know, we really are very critical right now. And so, you know, every person who completes our census is an additional $2,000 for our community. And I think that would help staff tremendously as well to continue all the amazing and incredible work that they're doing. And the administration changed the date from the end of October to September 30th. So I believe that it's all incumbent on us to encourage folks to participate, as well as encourage the public to share. Last week, the city, the county, the Census Bureau, and the Day Worker Center was able to count an additional 100 people at a mobile pop-up questionnaire assistance event. And I just, again, thank staff for supporting that event as we're getting down to our last couple days. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Well, I can't let those comments go by without saying something myself. I completely agree, Mr. McAllister, Councilmember McAllister, with your comments. It's an honor to be on the council here and work with such great people at City Hall. I have gotten to know a lot of them and appreciate all the work they do. What a wonderful group of people throughout the city, not just at City Hall. The MOC, the other locations we have, they're great. And I also appreciate my colleagues here. I think we're a pretty well-functioning group that gets along real well. We don't always agree, but gosh, I love how we talk about things and come to a good outcome. So thank you to my colleagues and huge thank you to city staff for all you're doing.
Yes, thank you. All right, anyone else? If not, I will go to public. If there's anyone from the public wishing to speak on the COVID relief COVID-19 update, please raise your blue hand. And if you're on the phone, please hit *9. I don't see any blue hands. So with that, oh, yes, Sandra Esparza, please unmute yourself.
Yes, are you hearing me?
Yes, please.
Okay, first I want to say thank you to everyone who've been working so hard through this pandemic since March. Yes, really appreciate it. So I was curious about it. I've been working with the community Hispanic. So, and also I am working for the district of Mountain View, and I've been helping through my nonprofit organization, been helping a lot of cases of COVID. And what we find out, it is that all the COVID tests that city provide, it is good, amazing. But the hours, if you look, I've been looking at each one since March. They stop at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Personally, myself, I go to the El Camino Hospital, the one in Saratoga. So because they open Saturday and Sunday, which most of the families of the community have day off. So I don't know if you're thinking partnering maybe with the church to using the big lot, the campus, and maybe we can have extending the hours, maybe 7 p.m., 8 p.m., you know, and it's really good because as you know, a lot of people go back to work. So that's, I think, is one the city should be thinking about extending the COVID tested sites more open, more effective. But other than that, I am happy with everything the city been done for our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone
Thank
else?
you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your comments. Anyone else wishing to speak from the public? If not, I will close public comment and we will move on to the next item. Thank you again, City Manager. We will go now to the consent calendar. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Yes, Councilmember McAllister.
4.6.
Anyone else wishing to pull an item? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, I was going to make a motion, but I forgot. Do we do public comment first? Or should I make the motion and then we can do it?
Yes, I actually need to ask the public if they have any comments to make.
Sorry.
Thank you. So if there's no one else, I'll go open this up for public comment. Is there any of the member of the public wishing to speak on any item on the consent calendar? And I don't see any hands, so I'll close public comment, bring it back to council, and I'll come back to you, council member. Oh, hold on a second. Someone just raised their hand. Let me go back to the public. Olenka Villarreal, if you'd like to speak, please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, everybody. Sorry about the delay there. Yes, good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, honorable council friends, and city leadership team. On behalf of all of us at Magical Bridge Foundation, it really has been a privilege working with all of you and your wonderful community of Mountain View. And we are delighted to see the approval of our playground conceptual plan and appropriation of additional funds on this evening's consent agenda. And with the short time that I have here with the public comment, I wanted to indeed speak about something that there has been a need for a little bit of clarity in the community on, and it is indeed about the funding gap that has been proposed in many different circles, and the two figures which have been written about over the past weeks indeed are that there is a need for both $900,000 and the amount that is in front of you this evening, which is $680,000 to take us over the finish line. And if I may, I'd like to quickly clarify that the $900,000 actually originally came from conversations that our team began with the Google team over a year and a half ago. And it did show promise that these funds were indeed going to flow towards the playground project as a result of the community benefit that Google would provide from the Google Landings project. However, since those conversations began a year and a half ago, and thanks to the generous donors of your community, we actually raised a little bit more funds, and those funds actually dropped to the $680 that's in front of you. And of course, we felt that if we could indeed receive the $900,000 from Google, we would welcome it gladly so that it could cushion us a little bit with the extra costs of construction, and of course a little nest egg for us to use for maintenance. So in the end, that gap did close, and we are indeed very grateful for your consideration on the consent calendar to approve the $680,000 that is actually at the moment needed. And we are indeed very excited about the prospect of creating a very magical place for the community to come together in, play in. I look forward to reconnecting when this pandemic and very candidly when this whole year is behind us, and we can look to a brighter and more magical future. And it all begins this evening with the magic of your consent on this agenda. And we remain exceedingly grateful for your strong leadership and compassionate support in continuing to make magical your community that you serve. And we really appreciate the hard work that you put in to make it a wonderful community to be part of.
Thank you. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on any item on the consent calendar? And we, our timer isn't showing on the screen, but our city clerk is keeping time. I do not see any more blue hands, so I will close public comment for the consent calendar and bring it back to council. And I think it was Councilmember Ramirez. Would you like to make a motion?
Sure. I'll go ahead and move to approve the consent calendar, including 4.4, adopt a resolution authorizing one-year extensions of planning permits due to the COVID-19 emergency to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.5, adopt a resolution approving the final map of tracks number 10548, 231 to 235 Hope Street, accepting dedications and making findings as required by the city code to be read in title only, further reading waived. 4.7, adopt a resolution updating the list of designated positions required to file statements of economic interest, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And 4.8, adopt a resolution approving the issuance of revenue bonds by the California Statewide Communities Development Authority in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $35 million for the purpose of financing the acquisition, construction, and development of an affordable multifamily rental housing project located at 779 East Evelyn Avenue, and certain other matters relating thereto to benefit notice of public hearing, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Vice Mayor.
Just wanted to second the motion.
Great, thank you. There's a motion by Councilmember Ramirez, second by Vice Mayor. Any other discussion on the balance of the consent calendar, everything except for 4.6? If not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Item 4.6, Councilmember McAllister, I believe you pulled it. Would you like to start?
Yeah. Yeah, I had a question. Was there a agreement with Magic Bridge signed? And I just wonder if somebody could give us a summary of what that document was about.
Councilmember McAllister, I'll answer as well as I can and then defer to the city attorney or community services director. So yes, there is an agreement with Magical Bridge, and the agreement stipulated the funding that the city was going to be providing to Magical Bridge, the match, and then the fundraising goal for Magical Bridge Foundation. And I'm not certain if you wanted to know more about what was in that contract.
Was there any language about continuing fundraising?
Yes, so Magical Bridge does have a fundraising goal of 1.8 million. And so the item on the consent agenda does provide additional funding to Magical Bridge from the city's parkland dedication fees. So to the extent that Magical Bridge will continue to fundraise, that will offset the need for the city to provide the same amount of our parkland dedication fees. So as the fundraising continues, it decreases the extra funding that was put forward in the consent item tonight.
Is there a deadline? I mean, is there a sunset on the continual fundraising, or is there a time framing on it?
I would defer to our community services director, John Marchant, about the deadline.
So, Councilmember McAllister, there is language in the agreement that Magical Bridge is to provide the funding, and then we would go to construction. But based on the timing of the fundraising to date and the timeline we had set to create the project and go out to construction, we are bringing this to you to get over the finish line, so that the project doesn't continue to be delayed. We'd like to get moving on the project.
Okay, so their time frame for fundraising is, I mean, it just keeps on going.
So the initial term for them to finish the fundraising is actually finished, but we have continued to extend it to allow them time to continue their fundraising efforts.
Oh, okay. So I'll make a motion that we approve 4.6, but I want to make a few comments. So I'll make the motion 4.6 that we approve it.
Is there a second, Councilmember Matichak?
And you just would need to, Councilmember McAllister, read the title of the resolution, but you don't need to read the appropriations component.
I make a motion to adopt a resolution of the City of Mountain View approving applications for the 2 per capita grant funds through the State of California Proposition 68 program in the amount of $228,911, by which the city agrees to the terms of the grant agreement and confirms that the city has the funding to complete, operate, and maintain the all-inclusive playground project to be read in title only. Further reading by attachment went to the council report.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Yeah, I was actually going to make the motion, but since Councilmember McAllister did, I will second it. I will gladly second it.
Great, thank you. Any other discussion on this item? Councilmember McAllister, did you want to speak to this?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I just wanted to, I think this will be a great asset for the city, but I wanted to remind some of our council members, we did get some emails from residents and about taking up space in a already very popular park. We had a conversation when the pool came up that I was in favor of expanding the pool as big as possible because the population will grow. But some of my council members had concerns about, well, it was encroaching into the open space of the park. And that's what so we're doing a balancing act of, reward versus trading off more open space. And so that's a comment that I want people to be aware of, that when we start doing this, this park seems to be getting a place where attraction features are added to it. And in some ways, it's taking away from that open space that people really wanted. The other comment was the trees. Everybody always loves trees. And I know that I believe the Community Service Department and Parks is going to make sure that the trees are replaced. So, I always put a caveat or something, and maybe sometimes I get too much there, but we need to be specifically aware of this park because we aren't growing new parks, or it's really hard to grow new parks and get the open space. And area around Ringstore Park is getting more densified. And so, again, when we go for a park and we put in a project into it, please consider what you're getting and what you're giving up. So I look forward to the park being enjoyed by many, and that's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
Well, I agree with those comments, and my reading of the email we got on this project was just not to not do it, but to do it with care, which is what I think, care with the design, which is what I think that I've seen John Marchant and staff do so far, to preserve the heritage trees, preserve the canopy. And the staff report that I read said that they had also pushed them to change some of the colors so that they would blend in with the grasses and landscaping in the area, so that you can kind of have the best of both worlds, both the accessible playground and a feeling that frankly I would want if I were going to the playground with my children, a feeling of being in a park and being in nature. So I guess those are my comments. I'm going to vote for this project, but I would also like the people developing the project to continue to take care with that, to make sure that it seems like a park-like environment, that it seems like you're out of doors when you're enjoying yourself there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, can we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark. Councilmember Clark?
I think he may be having some technical difficulties.
Okay. Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister?
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga?
Aye. And would you mind calling Councilmember Clark just in case?
Sure. Councilmember Clark?
He's taking a break.
Okay. So the motion passes 6-0 and 1 abstention. Okay. Thank you. We will move on to oral communications from the public. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on a non-agenda item? And if so, if you're in the attendee box, please click the bottom raise hand button with your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please press *9. And we'll start with Rhonda Fry. And I think we may get some more hands. So let's go 2 minutes. So we'll start with Rhonda Fry. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Rhoda, and since we're approaching the California Flood Preparedness Week, I wanted to bring to your attention a landslide at the Lehigh Permanente Quarry in Cupertino that is threatening Permanente Creek and downstream structures and residences. I hope you can ask the county as to what they plan to do about it and the extent to which Mountain View might be impacted. I've asked and have received no response. Since at least 2015, quarry annual reports noted an unstable hill slope at Lehigh. The 2018 report notes multiple erosion control issues. The 2019 report cites multiple wet season safety concerns. The county and water board failed to take action until each issued notice of violation for sediment polluting Permanente Creek in 2019. Consequently, the county is also culpable for sediment reaching our creek, which leads to the San Francisco Bay Estuary. In 2020, after the Water Board NOV was resolved, the Water Board cautioned, "We are concerned about the long-term stability given the potentially significant health and safety concerns." A county report also warned the Jaeger Yard landslide mass is moving toward Permanente Creek and its mass is sufficiently large to block the creek. Should this happen during winter months, the runoff from the upper watershed would likely pond, creating a new debris flow hazard to structures and residences downstream. Now that the Jaeger Yard landslide has become a health and safety hazard to downstream homes, and we are approaching the rainy season, I think we need to take a serious look at it. I will be following up with an email containing information from government agencies on this health and safety flood hazard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll go to John Simantov. Please unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thanks. My name's John Simantov, and I'm a resident of Mountain View. Last month, I spoke to City Council about an issue that's important to me and other members of the community. Smoking in multifamily dwellings continues to be an issue in the city. When your neighbor smokes inside of their own apartment, townhome, or condo, the smoke goes through vents, electrical outlets, and tiny cracks in walls, ceilings, doors, and windows, affecting you and other residents in neighboring units. Secondhand smoke can cause lung disease and other respiratory issues, and right now, between the pandemic and ongoing air quality issues, this is exactly the wrong time to put people at risk this way. As I said last month, Mountain View is behind other Bay Area cities that already have a ban on smoking in multifamily dwellings, both in public areas and inside of units. This includes our neighboring cities of Palo Alto and Sunnyvale, and others including Concord, Alameda, Berkeley, Redwood City, San Carlos, and San Rafael. Smoking in multifamily homes has even been banned in unincorporated areas of Santa Clara County since 2012, just not in Mountain View. This is a public health issue that should not be ignored. I urge the mayor, vice mayor, and council members to put this issue on the council's agenda at the first opportunity to show that they take their constituents' health seriously. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And Alex Brown, please unmute yourself.
Hey, everybody. Last night, the Rental Housing Committee had a study session on mobile home rent control, and I just wanted to take this opportunity to encourage all of you to go back and review it. It's available on YouTube. There was a lot of discussion about the best practices in other cities and what we could do, and many of those would require cooperation from the council as they're not within the text of the Community Stabilization and Fair Rent Act as is currently written. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak from the public? Are there any members on the phone who would like to speak? Speak, clerk? Nope.
No, Mayor.
Thank you. Then I will close public comment. I did want to, I know we normally don't, but actually I think this will be on the agenda down the road, but to Mr. Simontov's issue about tobacco use, we did straw vote at the last meeting to bring it back as an item for us to discuss. And we need to do some shuffling of our work plan for the year to do that. But we did agree to put it on a future agenda. So just wanted to let folks know about that. Thank you. And now I will bring it back to close oral, I'll bring it close oral communications, and we'll move on to item 6, our public hearing 6.1 on the hotel development at 2300 West El Camino Real. And first, before we start, do any of the council members wish to make disclosures such as contacts with the applicant or site visits? I don't see anyone.
Yeah, I'll 2 years ago, or 2017, I ventured out there. I thought this thing was done by now. So, yeah, 3 years ago, I ventured out there and talked to them. And so that's what my disclaimer is.
Thank you. I think we just need to disclose if on this current project. So 2 years ago, we had already taken a vote on that. So if it was back then, you don't need to disclose it again, I don't believe. So.
Wasn't it the same property?
Yes, but it's a different, it's a different project.
Okay, okay.
But thank you anyway. I appreciate you covering all your bases. Anyone else have any disclosures to make? No? All right, then we will move to our staff presentation by our senior planner, Diana Panchelli. Welcome, Diana.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and members of the Council. My name is Diana Panchelli, Senior Planner with the City's Planning Division. The item in front of you tonight is a 4-story hotel development request at 2300 West El Camino Real. And full disclosure, I did work on that project even in 2017, and I continue to do that. The 0.97 acre project site is located to the north of El Camino Real between Ortega Avenue and Reinsdorf Avenue. The existing project site is developed with a 3-story, 71-room hotel, and it's surrounded with multifamily developments and commercial establishments. The project site is currently having a general plan designation of mixed-use corridor and a zoning of medium-intensity corridor within El Camino Real precise plan. The applicant is proposing to demolish the existing hotel site and develop a new 4-story hotel building on the existing site with an underground parking garage. The project building is in a U-shaped design, which will include a centrally located courtyard area and will have landscaping proposed all along the perimeter of the project site. All the majority of the parking will be accommodated in the underground parking garage, and the applicant is proposing a 100% valet parking program for parking in the underground parking garage. The existing, the proposed uses on the ground floor will include a restaurant, dining area, hotel reception, lounge area, and the guest rooms are distributed throughout all the 4 floors of the proposed design. The only vehicular access to the underground parking garage will be off of the El Camino Real frontage. The project has been carefully designed in order to present elements to enhance the pedestrian experience along the El Camino frontage as well. The project design and architecture is modern and contemporary design with the use of variety of high-quality materials, including variety of Trespa panels, plaster frames, and plaster finishes, and the project also includes a very significant and pedestrian-oriented hotel entrance design as well. The project will include a metal arch feature along the El Camino frontage in order to enhance the pedestrian experience further. The project building is 4-story high, but it does reduce to a 2-story towards the rear of the property in order to meet the zoning-related building envelope requirements, as well as it is more in tune with the 2-story apartment buildings in the rear. The project is proposing to remove one heritage tree on site and 22 non-heritage trees on site because of their declining health and some conflict with the proposed building that has been proposed with this project. The applicant will be proposing 30 new trees to be planted as part of the proposed landscape plan. This does include an increased landscape buffer area along the rear property line to provide that additional buffer and some amount of ground level and landscape shrubs and stuff in the port area in the open courtyard area as well. The project is consistent with the city's general plan and the zoning requirements, with the minor exception of side yard encroachment by the upper level balconies, which is supported with the flexibility provided in the El Camino Real Precise Plan. The project was reviewed back in 2017 by the City Council and approved. The applicant had been diligently working with staff on the building permit process, and they were exploring some non-traditional construction mechanisms as well. In the course of their building permit review, the permit expired, and therefore the project is back in our queue for review, and therefore City Council is reviewing it tonight. The project is categorically exempt as per California Environmental Quality Act CEQA, Section 15332, infill exemption. And the EPC also reviewed this project at the public hearing on September 2nd, 2020, and recommended approval to the City Council with modified conditions, which have been included in the resolution as part of the council package. It is to be noted that this project is a Tier 1 project under El Camino Real Precise Plan, and according to that, the applicant is proposing to make a community benefit contribution of the amount $637,000 to city's affordable housing fund. In conclusion, staff concludes that the project is consistent with the general plan and our zoning requirements, and recommends that City Council adopt a resolution conditionally approving a planned community permit, a development review permit to construct the new hotel, a provisional use permit to allow a hotel use with reduced parking on site, and a heritage tree removal permit to remove one heritage tree on site. In addition to that, staff also recommends Council to adopt a resolution ordering the vacation of a public service easement existing on the site as well. Alternatively, City Council can consider approving the project with further modifications to the conditions of approval, refer the project back to the EPC or Development Review Committee for further consideration, or deny the project. This concludes staff presentation. The applicant is present here tonight and would like to give a brief presentation, and staff is available for any further council questions.
Thank you. Yep. I believe I saw Mr. Jess in the attendee box. Yes, I see him here. Would you like to make a presentation, Mr. Jess?
Sure. Can everyone hear me just fine? Excellent. Okay, well, first off, thank you for hearing us. This was not our plan to be back here before City Council. We had plans to move this building along a little quicker than what happened, but I think staff did a very good job of presenting the project and touching on some of the key points. I don't want to reiterate what she went through, but the project is in compliance with the precise plan. It's essentially the same project that was presented before and approved. We were going through our second round of plan check and moving through, and realized that we missed a deadline to file for an extension, and hence the reason we had to go back through the process. So we're still planning on moving through diligently. We're into our second round of plan check, so things are moving along quickly, and at this point we'd like to do that. And I think staff did mention just one of the things that caused a delay was that we did explore doing the hotel as a modular hotel, and we spent quite a bit of time looking at that, working with different modular builders, working through, and then it turned out that it was not a feasible approach for this particular site. So we went back to a traditional built site. And more than anything, we're here to answer any questions that you may have. Perry Patel, who's the property owner, is also available to answer any questions you may have. And we hope that you can find a way to approve this project, and we would move diligently through the process if you do. Thank you very much.
Would you like to make comments as well, Mr. Patel? If you can unmute yourself, please.
Great. Hey, council members, mayor, appreciate the opportunity to present the project again in front of you. I don't have anything further to add, but besides what Diana and Tom have already said, so we look forward to hopefully working together and doing this project.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from council members for staff or the applicant? Yes, Councilmember Matichak.
Just one quick question. In the staff report on page 2, it mentioned that the EPC directed the applicant to work with staff to explore larger canopy native trees in place of the 2 palm trees. And I was wondering if that had happened yet.
That is going to happen during the building review process when the applicant finalizes their landscape details. At that point of time, staff will be looking for alternate tree species in accordance with the EPC recommendation.
Okay, so we don't need to include that in a motion, right? Because it's already going to happen. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else with questions, council members? No? All right, then I will open this up for public comment. Are there any members of the public wishing to speak on this item? If you are in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please hit *9. I don't see any blue hands. So with that, are there any folks on the phone? City Clerk? All right, thank you. Then I will close public comment, bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I'll make the motion. I'll get to it. Adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing an amendment. Oh, wrong guys. Sorry. Whoop. No wonder I couldn't find that. That didn't make sense. There we go. Okay, adopt a resolution conditionally approving a planned community permit and a development review permit to construct a new 4-story, 75,358 square foot, 153-room hotel, replacing the existing 70-room hotel, a provisional use permit to allow a hotel use and a parking reduction, and a heritage tree removal permit to allow removal of 1 heritage tree on a 0.97 acre site located at 2300 West El Camino Real to be read in title only, further reading waive, attachment 1 to the council report. 2, adopt a resolution ordering the vacation of a public service easement at 2300 West El Camino Real to be read in title only, further reading waive, attachment 2 to the council report.
Thank you. And Councilmember Ramirez.
I'll second the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion, deliberation on this item? There's a motion by Councilmember McAllister, second by Councilmember Ramirez. Councilmember Hicks?
I am going to vote for this project. I just had a quick comment. It just strikes me that when I read, like, the general plan says we'll develop a vibrant, landscape, comfortable, and convenient place for gathering along El Camino Real, and it strikes me that the 12-foot sidewalk, which the project has, which is compliant with that, the El Camino Precise Plan, it just strikes me that that doesn't really give us, for the height of buildings that we're developing, it doesn't really give us the leeway to meet that goal of a vibrant landscape, comfortable and convenient place. I think this project has done the best it can within the Precise Plan, but that's just something I wanted to bring up for later consideration. And as I've said, I mean, I think this project has restaurant along the front and the artwork, and like I said, it's doing the best it can, but I, at some point in the future, would like to revisit that sidewalk width. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, may we get a roll call vote, please, City Clerk?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. We'll go on to item 7, unfinished business. 7.1, the amendment to the CalPERS contract for all unrepresented miscellaneous PEPRA employees. This is an ordinance and a second reading, and we have a staff presentation by Senior Human Resources Analyst Ada Chang. Welcome.
Now, that's how we handle a short question.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm Ada Chang from the Human Resources Department. Tonight's item is the second reading of an ordinance for the CalPERS contract amendment. On August 25th, 2020, the City Council approved a resolution of intention and introduced an ordinance to amend the contract for all miscellaneous Public Employees Pension Reform Act, PEPRA, employees between the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, and the City of Mountain View. CalPERS requires all cost share changes for unrepresented employees to be done through contract amendments and presented as business items to the City Council. After Council passes the ordinance, the contract amendment will be effective 30 days later and implemented on November 1st, 2020. This concludes my presentation.
Thank you. Are there any questions by council members? I don't see any hands, so I will now open it up for public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this item, please raise your blue hand if you're in the attendee box and *9 if you're on the phone. I don't see any hands raised. Is there anyone on the phone? Nope. All right, then I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Councilmember Clark.
I'll go ahead and make the motion. And sorry everyone about earlier. I was able to dial in and hear everything, but apparently you couldn't see or hear me. But I'm back now. Sorry about that. So I'll move that we adopt an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Mountain View authorizing an amendment to the contract between the City Council and the City of Mountain View and the Board of Administration of the California Public Employees Retirement System, CalPERS, to be read in title only. Further reading waived. Attachment 1 of the council report.
Thank you. And Councilmember Matichak?
I will second that motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember Matichak. Any other discussion on this item? Lower your hand, Councilmember Matichak. If not, could we get a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. We'll move on to item 8, new business, 8.1, the Small Business Action Plan. And we have a staff presentation by our Business Development Specialist, Tiffany Chu. Welcome, Tiffany.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight, we are discussing the Small Business Action Plan. Small businesses are essential to the U.S. economy, creating jobs, providing opportunities, and creating innovation. They are also constantly adjusting to operations and staying competitive. When COVID-19 pandemic and the shelter-in-place began, small businesses had to close or remain open with changes to their operations. The changes impacted their revenues and the ability to keep staff. All levels of government, from the federal government through the county, responded to COVID-19 impacts by providing varying levels of support to small businesses and their employees. The city implemented a variety of initiatives to support small businesses, including outreach efforts to understand impacts to small businesses, loan program, and guidelines for operating businesses outdoors. However, COVID-19 continues to impact small businesses and has changed business operations across all sectors. As part of the fiscal year 2019-2021 council goals, council directed staff to develop a small business strategy. However, due to the current economic climate and the need to provide immediate support to small businesses, staff is recommending a small business action plan. The goal of the plan is to strengthen the foundation of small businesses and build resiliency to weather future economic downturns and and a constantly changing marketplace. Staff hired Leslie Parks as a consultant to support the action plan. She has worked on economic development and downtown revitalization throughout Silicon Valley, including San Jose. And so, to begin with the Small Business Action Plan, the city actually defines small businesses and reviews existing business conditions, comparing Mountain View with the state and nation. While there is no universally accepted definition of a small business, the Small Business Administration defines a small business as having less than 500 employees. And 99% of U.S. businesses are small businesses with less than 500 employees. Under the SBA definition, Mountain View has 2,950 small businesses. A majority of these small businesses are service sector businesses, including personal services, professional services, healthcare, retail, and food and accommodation services. Overall, Mountain View has a higher percentage of small businesses compared to the state and nation. To create the Small Business Action Plan, we undertook a business needs assessment through interviews, focus groups, and 2 surveys. One for businesses to provide feedback on their impacts and understand their needs, and a survey for the community to provide input on their shopping habits. The results of the business survey are shown before you, where we found there was a greater need and urgency to support them, particularly since the payroll protection program and enhanced unemployment benefits have ended. Based upon the survey, there are 7 key findings that emerged. Businesses need to expand their customer base. They need short-term funding assistance. They need assistance in reducing business costs, assistance with promotions and advertising. They need clear, consistent information with public orders when they affect their operations, assistance in finding and retaining employees, and businesses who are hiring need to provide assurance to job seekers that the workplace offers safe and protection from the pandemic. In addition, the shopper habits survey showed respondents give a preference to local businesses, but spend money on grocery and food. Businesses need to offer a variety of options for buying products, including pickup, delivery, and dining options. Safety is more important than convenience and price. Last, shoppers rely on social media and electronic communications to receive information about the business. Staff will also share the survey information with businesses to help them retool operations in order to better serve customers. Last, the action plan identifies guiding principles and recommendations to support small businesses. The principles are based upon the business needs assessments and are used to evaluate potential recommendations. Small businesses continue to struggle as the COVID-19 pandemic impacts their operations, and the sense of urgency has not gone away. The recommendations are divided into 2 sections. Priority 1 with immediate implementation to provide the greatest return to building resiliency, and priority number 2 are additional implementation to provide additional solutions to the first set of recommendations. And so I will go through both sets of recommendations, beginning with priority number 1, which focuses on these 4 items. The first one is developing a shop local program with a website directory featuring small businesses. Create an interdepartmental small business action team to regularly work with small businesses on challenges, issues, and opportunities. 3, create a small business electronic newsletter that can be emailed to the city's small businesses. And 4, modifying the city's small business resiliency program to help businesses build stronger long-term resiliency. The cost to implement these items has been appropriated as part of the fiscal year 2021 budget, and staff estimates the implementation cost will be $66,000. And moving on to the second set of priorities, which focuses on recommendations that can build upon what we just discussed. The 5th one is to provide information about grants through the newsletter and online through the Economic Development website. promote digital tools and resources to improve business operations, provide updated information about county and state health orders. 8, expanding upon the Shop Local campaign with a Shop Local, Shop Safe to show to the community that businesses are safe to patronize. Number 9, businesses, providing an opportunity for businesses to bulk purchase personal protection equipment and other supplies needed by small businesses. And 10, helping employees assure their staff that their work environment is safe and they have the resources to stay safe. And so shown before you is a recap of all of the recommendations, but what you see in blue are the key findings from the small business survey, and in green are the recommendations so that we are aligned with what the businesses need. And in addition, these are what you see in green are the tools that we just discussed to leverage the shopper habits, which is in the blue are the findings from that. The action plan also identifies partnerships with the Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Business Association, Downtown Committee, Nova Workforce Development, property owners, and major Mountain View companies. Currently, the Chamber will be leading and funding the launch of the Shop Local web-based directory, and Google has launched a grant to support Latinx businesses along with tools and resources to help businesses. Following council direction and recommendation to adopt the Small Business Action Plan, staff will finalize the plan and begin implementation. This concludes staff presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions from council members? Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I was a little interested in the context of this. It sounded like this was from all the action items, this was more of a short-term response, nothing in a long-term response. Is that how I should read this report?
Councilmember McAllister, you're right. We decided to pivot and create an action plan to address the immediate need of businesses and to help them work through the COVID crisis because of the existential threat that the health orders had and the pandemic has had on them. I hope that answers your question.
Yeah, it did. Thank you. So it was interesting that the group feel that wages wasn't high on their priority list, and I wonder why the minimum wage wasn't brought up.
I know that the consultant, Leslie Parks, is here, and maybe he can respond.
Yes, thank you. We did a number of we used a number of tools for outreach. The primary tool was the business survey, and it was not raised as one of the priority challenges among the responses. We also did a number of focus groups, and in going back over the notes I had from those meetings, it was not highlighted. The minimum wage was not highlighted as a primary concern.
Well, was it a question or it just didn't come up? Did you ask the question?
It didn't. It just didn't come up. We asked the question of what they thought what the businesses thought their primary challenges were. It was and there were options, but most of the time, for most of that response, it was left open-ended for them. And I also went back and looked at previous survey that was done by the city, and I also looked at other surveys that were conducted in other communities in California just to see if there was a thread and some synergy amongst those responses. But for our area, the region, that was not raised.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, or I'm sorry, we'll go to Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. So I wanted to follow up on the council questions about, reaching out in different languages. And so I know that English was the language we choice that we used for the outreach, and that was mostly via email. And I think this dovetails into the other question about minority-owned, women-owned, and veteran-owned businesses in Mountain View. I know that in other communities there's been some focus, and Ms. Chu's presentation talked about focusing on the Latinx community. What was the discussion with the other kind of communities mentioned in these questions, other than just the Latino population of small business owners? What was the thought process there, I guess?
Well, I think when we distributed the survey here in Mountain View, it was distributed in English. I don't think we had the ability to distribute a survey in different languages. In another community in the local area that I work in, they have a specific list of Latinx businesses. I think most communities probably need to ramp up more in terms of their language capability. But, and it's interesting the contrast, because I know there was a question about the minority-owned businesses, and I looked at some census data, which is not the most current data. But it's interesting that just in comparing Redwood City and Mountain View, which have comparable populations, they have a reverse in terms of the ethnic populations. In Redwood City, there are more Latinx population, and whereas in Mountain View, it's exactly the opposite. There's a stronger Asian community. It's almost a reversal of the percentages. So it is possible to do, I think, going forward, to distribute another survey out to a specific community, but that would require translation into that language. And I think I'd have to get some direction as to which communities the city wanted to target. Asian, Latinx, those are the two primary group components.
Okay. Great, thank you. I think that's just helpful when evaluating the data, and perhaps I'll wait until the comment portion since we're still in the questions. And then I had a question about business districts. So I know in certain communities, much larger, for example, like in the city of San Jose, they have different business districts and different areas. I think some of the questions submitted via the council questions talk about there being a focus on Castro Street and downtown, but how do we more holistically include all our small business owners? I don't know if you have any thoughts to share with us in your experience on how those were created, because some of those can kind of generate some funding mechanisms if they are put into a district. And
we do plan to expand and focus on citywide businesses. Part of the thought process with the first recommendation is we can craft a web directory that creates business districts that do not exist, for example, around San Antonio, El Camino, so that we can highlight businesses outside the downtown.
Okay, and then given the pandemic and the struggle that small businesses are already in terms of, I know that there's been discussion about what free resources the city can provide and how robust we can be in how we do that. Is there a thought process on, as we're moving through the different tiers of reopening, how we may be able to continue to provide the different resources?
Vice Mayor, I think the idea was to look at partnerships. For example, on digital tools, we could partner and learn from not just our neighbors, but also with companies in the area who have the tools, and then use our website and our electronic newsletter and links to various seminars or the ability to learn more. For example, Google has a new partnership opportunity that's reaching out to Latinx businesses. So those are examples of how we can become kind of a repository and a source for that consistent set of new information. And then we can become the link to other resources.
And what has the thought process been in terms of providing these free resources, but I would say small businesses vary in the type of technologies that they have, as well as the access to being able to have the time to allocate to that. And just curious about, I see you. Oh.
At the preliminary level, we saw that Shop Local campaign as kind of creating an online platform for businesses. Because what it does is it's got this light touch of even allowing customers to go to that website and purchase actual items from that business. So a business itself doesn't have to have a very strong online presence of their own. So it covers at least that basic ground. Beyond that, if businesses need help to set up their website, we could link them to digital tools. But that's what attracted us to that Shop Local campaign. And the resource that we're recommending, because it at least provides a digital platform for all of our businesses and allows us to showcase them. So that's kind of like the first step, and then we can sort of get them into deeper levels as they have resources available to get deeper into them. And then again, I think this is part of the implementation, which is we have to go out and look at best practices and look at the best ways to connect them to training so that they don't spend a ton of time trying to create a digital or an online presence.
And as we are taking on the Shop Local and bringing that online, sometimes there can be a percentage that needs to go towards the platform that's being used or the whatever financial institution. And so what's been the thought process on that?
I think we need to do more research on the payment system, but I think there is a fee per which the city is covering to create that online platform. And
so the city would cover the fee?
Yeah, the business itself won't, and the chamber has actually agreed to do the legwork on that. So the city would be covering that initial fee, and then we can look at an ongoing resource, an ongoing way to maintain that.
Okay. Ms. Parks, I see you.
Yeah, Council Member, if I may, Vice Mayor, excuse me, this particular platform that was brought to my attention that I discovered, and we've had conversations with the Chamber about this. They're very excited about this web-based directory. That was one of the priorities in their marketing proposal or marketing plan. The really strong advantage of this web-based directory is, one, it's very user-friendly. So it's very easy for the businesses to load information and get their presence in this web directory. The second advantage is it is probably one of the most cost-effective web tools I've seen. The initial startup fee is very affordable. It's $5,000. And then the company, the creative company that manages the platform, charges a license per month based on the number of businesses that participate. If there are 900 or more businesses, the cost would be $1,200 a month for the licensing fee. The Chamber has funds, and they feel that they can underwrite in part the cost of this, and going forward they feel confident that they can get sponsors to help them sustain it. Many of the tools, many of the recommendations, by the way, that were recommended are not just really short-term or mid-term, but they are sustainable for the longer term. These are tools that will support businesses going forward through the recovery and then after that, because as we all know, small businesses, they are the backbone of the economy, but they struggle the most too, and they're often the most at risk.
Right. Thank you so much. I appreciate you saying how it can address both the short term and the long, and kind of seeing the vision, I think is really helpful as we're considering the plan tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So some of my questions have been asked. I did want to learn more about this platform. I'm happy to hear that it is one where you can do transactions, but I want to follow up on the Vice Mayor's question. So the city would be paying the transaction fee, like the payment processing fee?
I have to, when we initially started this, we were looking at the city covering, and part of our fiscal impact did include that. But very recently, and Leslie corrected me, the chamber agreed to partner and use the funds they had received, at least for that first year from Google, to use the money to create that platform. And then on, we will, and they will look for sponsors to create an ongoing funding source. And in the amount of, Leslie, did you say it was about 10,000?
15. The initiation fee for the platform and to get technical assistance, and they'll help the chamber set it up, is $5,000, and then there's a licensing fee based on the number of businesses that participate.
So I think, sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but in my mind, there's a difference between the setup fees and the maintenance and all that stuff of creating the website and getting the businesses on the platform. And then there's, if somebody does a transaction and they use a credit card, a payment processing fee, 1%, 2%, 3%.
Well, that would only be the normal processing fee charged if someone does a credit card transaction. The company, the creative company that supports the platform, does not get any commission or percentage or part of any transaction fee. There's no transaction fee charged by them.
Okay, and the city isn't charged any either. The business would pay the fee. No. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
Between the customer and the business.
Okay, and then I did check out the examples that were sent to us, and I thought they were great. I was wondering, though, if you have any data on their effectiveness, and I'm not quite sure how that would be measured, but is it, number of hits, increase in the businesses that are on the website? Do we have any data on that?
This is a relatively new web platform that this company created. It originally started for the community of Ballard, which is in the Seattle area, and it was so popular that it has now been adopted or used by different neighborhoods in Seattle. Now the city of Bend is going to use it, the city downtown Chico, so they're really branching out. I can ask them, but I'm concerned that there might not be enough time that has passed, to find data. But those would be the measures I would look to use as we go forward within a year's time, to take a look at how many hits, transactions, did the individual businesses actually realize an increase in their customer base and new sales. I think all of that can be tracked fairly easily, but those are the measures we'd be looking to monitor.
Okay. Let's see, and that is it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
So I have two quick questions. The first, I'll stick to the online platform. So how does this work? One of the things that I know a lot of my neighbors have wished that they had, there's something you want that you haven't been able to find, say white birthday candles. I've been having problems. Would it work in the same way as when you look on Amazon? I can buy it from Amazon or from any number of smaller vendors that list there. Would I be able to ask a general question on this? So in Mountain View, is anybody selling white birthday candles? Or do I have to go to which would be very helpful actually, or do I have to go individually to each store and see whether they're selling that particular item?
I would have to ask the creative company that. I didn't see a feature or an option on the platform to do that kind of searching. It doesn't really function as comprehensively as Amazon. It's meant to showcase individual businesses, and it's meant to give them the chance to have transactions on the website, and not necessarily have a website in order to facilitate that. The company has a tool where they can link the purchaser or the consumer with the business by email for the transaction if they don't have a website. But I don't believe, and Tiffany, you've looked at it too, I don't think I saw a searchable option that you could search for individual, something as specific as candles. You do have headers, subject headings, where you can click on recreation, food and drink, retail, different types of merchandise, but I don't know if it gets that specific.
The website does allow for search functions, though. So depending on what a business chooses to highlight, and that's something that we'll have to flesh out as we develop this website, but they can list specific items.
Okay, but it sounds like in this, maybe in the next iteration, but in this iteration, you can't do a global search. Where in Mountain View can I find this item or that item is what it sounds like. Anyway, that would be helpful.
It's only if the business is in the directory. Okay, so the business having that product would have to be participating as part of the directory.
Right, okay. So my second question, I was curious about one of the items that you showed in your presentation, which was that businesses were saying they were having trouble finding and retaining workers. This may link maybe to Councilmember McAllister's question as well. And maybe minimum wage has become moot because people are having trouble finding and retaining workers even at our current minimum. But I'm wondering if you can shed a little more light whether the businesses had any more detail on why they thought they were having trouble finding and retaining workers, because there's a lot of unemployment right now.
Initially, I think what was raised from the businesses and the focus groups interviews was the comment several times that they were having trouble rehiring workers when workers were receiving the expanded unemployment benefits, the extra $600 a week. Many workers were making more money staying at home than they would have made working reduced hours at a business. But that's gone away now. So I pursued it further and had a lengthy conversation with the director of NOVA, which is the federal workforce development program serving Mountain View and other cities. And she said the employers they are working with are having great difficulty hiring workers. One, because there's different factors. One, they offer them reduced hours. But the main problem, she says, is that workers want to be assured of safety when they come to work, that the work environment is safe. And so now, and she sent me that flyer as an example, now employers are promoting their safety. What are their practices? Are they providing PPE, which is the personal protection equipment? This is what people want assurances from, because they don't want to get sick on the job. So I think that's important, and if we can help businesses, promote ensure that the workplace is safe, and then provide promotional information so that the employees or potential workers get this in advance, then it will be easier for them to hire people. I think no matter, it's been my experience, even in an economic downturn, it's hard to find good quality workers. It doesn't matter if the economy's up or the economy's down. Finding good workers who are reliable and who are productive, it's an ongoing problem.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. And I saw Mr. Peter Katz in the attendees. I'm hoping we can promote him because I had a couple of questions that I thought he might be able to help answer, if that's okay. So first, I wanted to, I appreciate the Vice Mayor delving into some of the language access issues. That's something I also was interested in. And Mr. Katz, if you wouldn't mind, I was really happy to see that I think it was 25% of businesses with a business license in Mountain View are members of the chamber. I wanted to get a sense from you, based on your membership program, how you conduct outreach to minority-owned businesses and businesses owned by folks with limited or no English proficiency. So would you mind speaking to that?
There you go. Sorry about that. Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez, and thank you to the council. I did have my hand raised simply because I wanted to re-emphasize everything that was said by Tiffany and by Leslie, and reaffirm the fact that the Chamber is truly on board with this program, and that we've been working independently on a number of similar projects, and to be able to bring it all together and to really pool our resources in a logical fashion and in a protracted direction, I think is really going to improve our effectiveness and the capabilities that we can offer. I also want to stress that we have also had conversations with the platform folks, and the fact that there is no transaction fee means that the burden that is on the members, on the businesses that would join, is minimal. And that's really what we're looking at, is how can we get as many folks engaged as quickly as possible with as little resistance as possible. The other thing that I just wanted to share very quickly is outreach, and it in part answers Council Ramirez's question, which is that we do have an outreach program where we're walking the streets, we're calling, we are sending out regular messages and so on to and using our marketing resources to reach out to as many of the members as possible, to let them know that we are committed to actually providing them with training that they need, with hand-holding if they need it in terms of getting online and getting on board and using the tools, because we all know that the tools are great, but if you don't have the time and expertise to actually take advantage of them, they're kind of useless. We do not have right now any of our materials translated into Spanish. We would like to look at doing that, but of course, Spanish is only one of many languages that are spoken in Mountain View. And so we may need to look at some additional resources to provide that. We also are working with the various chambers regionally, the Black Chamber, the Hispanic Chamber, and others, in terms of how do we increase our outreach. We're working with the faith organizations as well, because a lot of the businesses tend to get, and a lot of the community tend to get their information from those sources.
Thank you. I'm really pleased to hear that. Just a quick follow-up question. I was also interested when I saw in the responses to the written questions from council that, if memory serves, the preferred method of communication from businesses for no English proficiency was through text message. And I'm wondering if staff or the chamber are looking at methods of communication beyond just email blasts and that kind of thing, which can be effective with a certain group, but not always with everybody.
Absolutely.
Ramirez, sorry, Peter, didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to say that we do plan to work with both our communications division, the CMO's office, as well as our multilingual lingual outreach folks, to try to tailor messages that would best fit each community's preference. And then Peter, please go ahead.
You took the words out of my mouth. Thank you very much. And I want to stress, too, that we've been working very closely with the city's communications team. They've been very, very good about supporting. We've been really trying to support each other's messages and try to get them out in as many ways as possible and through as many vehicles as possible, because that's also the key, too, is it's not just the technology, it's also the fact that our mailing list is different than the Downtown Association's mailing list, which is different than the city's mailing list, and so on. So we really have to come at it in a multi-tiered approach.
Great, and I'm pleased to hear that. It sounds like this is going to be part of an iterative process, and we're going to sort of continuously improve the various media and platforms to accommodate the business community in whatever way makes sense. So that's very encouraging. The only other sort of set of questions I have relate to the scope of this work is limited and short term, which I totally appreciate. There's urgency in addressing these concerns. But there were also a lot of other, I think, interesting ideas that were in the responses from staff. And I have a particular, this will probably be no surprise to my colleagues, but I have a particular interest in land use and looking at, interesting ways of supporting our business community, and don't want that to get lost. So can staff comment on what are sort of the next phases? Will you continue to check in with council and seek our ideas, or are you going to work with the business community and come back with, here are a set of regulations that we can change, based on, feedback from the chamber and from business owners? How, I don't want the work to end here. What are the next steps?
So we do have our eye on the strategy in general. I think the COVID crisis has required us to pause and do some quick work to help businesses. And what we hope to do as part of this continuous information gathering is to try to understand how businesses are emerging, developing resiliency, and how are businesses going to need additional resources moving forward? What is the nature of this change, so that we could be better equipped to handle the strategy? And so that's essentially what we want to be able to do, just watch and collect information and help as needed for the next few months. I also wanted to add, we still haven't staffed up in the Economic Development Division, and we want to make sure we have the staffing to move forward. We're currently doing 2 additional endeavors, including the downtown parking strategy as well as the visual arts. And, they're all on our radar, but I think we'll focus on the strategy as soon as we're staffed up and we have a better sense of where businesses are going and what they need. So land use is definitely something we'll be looking at moving forward.
I'm very pleased to hear that. Thank you.
Any other questions from council members? Yes, Councilmember Hicks.
I have one question, follow up on the last comments. What in particular do you mean by land use? Can you name a couple of things that you're thinking of?
Is that to Councilmember Ramirez?
Yes, yeah, it could be.
Sure. So one of the things I've been very interested in, I mentioned the California street market in my questions, in part because I think, I asked about commercial rents and whether that was a concern. That's not going to be a concern for folks who are able to operate out of properties that they own. And what's interesting about things like the California street market is, we're allowing business operations in a manner that's respectful to neighboring residences, but in an area where ordinarily we wouldn't have a business operate. And I'm very interested in exploring those kinds of solutions for businesses that maybe can't afford commercial rents over in, Merlin Geyer Phase 1 or something, but, might be able to operate in a property, somewhere along California Street in what is, something zoned R3 or whatever. And I think there's probably going to be a lot of work associated with making sure that you're not having impacts associated with that kind of business use, but I like the idea, or at least in my head, it seems like a good idea to expand opportunities for business owners to utilize properties that currently they're otherwise prohibited from using.
Okay, great. Thank you. Now I have a clearer picture of what you're talking about.
Vice Mayor.
Great, thanks. Sorry, I just had a question that I forgot to ask earlier, which was about the city's small business resiliency loans and grants that we've been giving out. So I know that we had allocated an amount, and then we were looking into providing more grants. And so I was just wondering, reflecting on recommendation number 4, if we were going to access those funds and continue the grant program. Was that the thought process there?
Vice Mayor, yes. The goal is to take another look at the program and see if we can tailor it better to some of the things we've heard. And that means, is it a loan? Is it a grant? What's the best way? What is the amount we want to give? And we will keep the council informed of the changes and how we've tailored this program.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other questions? I did want to follow up on that. When we set up the small business resiliency program, we were told, I think it was through the foundation, that Los Altos Community Foundation, that the loan allowed for more flexibility of uses. But I know that we've all heard other cities have started then doing grants. Do you know, is it an issue of where the source of funding is, or is it some tax implications? Do you have a sense of what that difference is between a loan and a grant?
And there, I remember us talking about it, but I can't remember the details off the top of our head. I think maybe the city manager remembers.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, so when we originally contemplated this program, we did set out with the hopes that this would be a grant program. So just to remind everyone, half of the funding for this program did come from private donations. So 400,000 came from Google, 100,000 came from LinkedIn, and the other 500,000 came from the city. So in order to get their private donations, that was through the Los Altos Community Foundation, who we partnered with on this program. There were specific questions that they had to run through their legal folks, to which we were initially advised by the foundation's folks that, as RT said, businesses would have not had the flexibility to provide payroll or other certain provisions in the, I guess, in the money coming through the foundation. So we had to set this up as a micro loan for that reason. So we have explored, other ways of doing this, and I think that's still on the table. I'll say the other piece of it is that it also came down to capacity. So this was a $1 million program. And as we've noted, Tiffany is one employee, and we had other staff that were helping with this effort, but it was just a significant workload. So in order to take in what we thought was going to be an overwhelming demand for grants, we partnered with Main Street Launch to do it. So that's kind of how it started out, but I do think we can still explore our other options.
Thank you for that recap. I forgot how things worked out. But the other piece, or the other question or confirmation, is the loans can be forgivable. Is that right? At some point.
Yes, Mayor, that is accurate. And also a reminder, these are 0% interest, and they did not have to be paid back, I think, until starting 6 months after the loan was even dispersed to them, over a 3-year time period, and as you mentioned, could also be forgivable. So,
and then the other piece,
maximum flexibility for our small businesses.
Yeah, and then the other piece I remember was attractive was if they were paid back, then we have revolving funding to continue the program.
Yes, that's accurate.
Great, thank you. Any other questions? Nope. All right, then I will open this up for public comment. Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item? If you're in the attendee box, please hit your blue raise hand button at the bottom. I don't see anyone. Is there anyone on the phone, City Clerk?
No, Mayor.
All right, then I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to go ahead and move the staff recommendation. I think it's a great starting point. It responds to the urgent need for the city's participation and assistance, I think, for the small business community. I'm grateful for all the partnerships that we've made in sort of working on the strategy and this first phase of action. I want to I guess, reiterate what the mayor had suggested earlier when we were talking about anti-displacement, and that the long-term solution for a lot of the challenges that we're facing, involves getting people back to work. Fundamentally, that's the only way we just can't generate enough money for, rent relief in perpetuity, and we're not going to be able to, to find long-term solutions that don't involve economic development. So I think this is essential in getting us on, back on track. And I think, this is if there isn't a better demonstration of the city moving quickly, then I don't know what is. So I'm grateful for everything that you're doing, and looking forward to supporting the strategy when it comes back to us.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matashak.
I will second the motion, and I just want to add that I was pleased to see how many different items are in this plan. And when I asked the question about the timing, it was good to hear that a lot of these are going to happen sort of in parallel, and they don't all take the length of time. It's just that they're going to happen within that time. And I'd like to make sure we're prioritizing the ones that provide financial relief to our small businesses. And there were quite a few listed there, but certainly if this is a grant or a loan, and I'm hoping it's a grant, but also looking at the fee reductions or the forgiveness or the deferral of fees. I feel like it's really important to focus on the financial aspects at the moment. And I'm really pleased to hear about this Shop Local, Shop Safe, and the platform. The more I heard about it, the more excited I am about it. So I think this is great. And as Councilmember Ramirez said, I appreciate staff pulling this together and coming up with things we can do immediately and in such a short time frame. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember McAllister.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out to Councilmember Hicks that you can go down to Baskin-Robbins at 1249 West El Camino and get those white candles. We have those. We have pink candles. We have also, so it's available to you and to the general public. So thank you. Now to get serious for a second, I'm able to be there because I was able to get PPP money. My business has been, I am a sole proprietor. I'm a small businessman. This information that you came out to me is very pertinent and timely because I can relate to everything that was said and done in this talked about tonight. But I wanted to bring up some items that I usually bring up, and I'm talking from experience, firsthand experience, and that was I was surprised that minimum wage didn't come up because people say, oh, well, no one can get anybody. Well, the first job. Think about people's first job, and Baskin-Robbins is one of those places where young people come in to get their first job. And am I going to pay money? Do I need to pay extra money? No, these young adults come to me to get that because they know they can get experience, they can have some fun. And it does affect what we're doing. I can tell you firsthand is that in March and April, I cut hours. And you guys say, oh, well, and I had to do that because of payroll. It coincided with sales, but I had to cut payroll because we just weren't generating the funds. And I still had vendors to pay. I still had rent to pay. I still had supplies to pay. And so it was important that when people say, oh, well, they'll still come, it's a reality, hours are cut. Now, also, I noticed that and to Leslie's point, it's tough getting good people, even young kids. It's really tough to get employees. So in the first paragraph, the small businesses create 2/3 of new jobs and nearly half of the private sector employees. Earlier, the mayor was mentioning about we need to have jobs. Well, if you don't have a job, there's no one to hire. And if you don't have the businesses that are sustainable or being able to survive, it doesn't matter if you pay them a living wage or not because there's no jobs because there's no businesses. So one goes without the other. So when you go future into this discussion of minimum wage or any kind of a requirement on a small business, you are affecting their livelihood and their existence. And when you say, well, we're going to do this and this, businesses are going to go away, and then all of a sudden, oops, there's no jobs in the area. Whose fault is it? Those people that put on many restrictions. So please consider that going down the road. And a lot of this happened before COVID-19. If you drive down El Camino east of Castro, you will see entire blocks of vacant buildings. And a lot of them occurred before COVID-19. And I'm saying some have occurred after. But there is a whole strip of businesses closed up. And a lot of them caused rents were too high, labor was too high. You know, it could also be Amazon and the big soap. There's more to it than just going, oops, nope, we'll just raise and we won't worry about how the business is really going to survive. So I'm going to, you know, I support this action plan. I think it's great. I agree with Councilmember Matichek. Grants are good. Where do I apply? And then it's something that you guys got to consider, that without the businesses, there are no jobs. Chicken of the egg. Pay more, no jobs, or you'd pay less. So you guys think about that. So that's it.
Vice Mayor.
Great, thank you. I'll be supporting the plan as well, and I just wanted to include just some comments of where I'd like to see it go, which is I would like to see translation available. I think not only would it be useful to the business owners, but also the diversity of their employees. I'm really encouraged by the partnership with the city and the chamber. It's great to hear that we're working collaboratively. We all know the economy has changed at every level, and so these collaborations and partnerships are really critical to being able to see an ice cream scoop at the end of the tunnel. And I also feel like that as we're moving through the different colored tiers, having those translations available will also be really critical. I think there's a lot of information. There's a lot of things changing. Nearly every meeting, our city manager is coming forward to update us on where we are in the county, and to make employees feel safe and to make business owners feel safe in bringing employees to work. I think it's really important to have that information out and available. So just want to do one more plug, and then I really be interested in maybe at some point looking into informal districts within the city. We have varying different communities and little business parks tucked all the way throughout our city, and it would really be great for us to find a way to promote them as well. I love walking downtown, but there's also other places within the Lisbon area that I'm able to walk to and frequent that are small businesses that could really use more information about the items and services they supply as well. So I think it's kind of how do we look holistically in the entire city. And so that's where I'd like to go when staff resources are available, and we can move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks.
I will be supporting the motion as well, and just a couple comments. First, I want to second what the Vice Mayor just said about districts around the city. I think in our general plan envisions village centers, so maybe that's what they are, making sure that those get developed over time. It also, I think, links to some of our sustainability planning. There's a lot of talk in different cities. I think the mayor of Paris is promoting this a lot, particularly is the idea of the 15-minute city, where you can walk 15 minutes to get almost anything you want, you know, your coffee, your candles. I will be visiting your place later this week, Councilmember McAllister. But I think that that's something that as COVID hopefully lets up, that we should be aiming for, making sure that everybody in the city can walk rather than drive to do daily errands. I also would like in our COVID updates from the city manager, I would like to continue to hear reporting back on this, because on how this is working as we implement it, because I think, as other council members have said, the jobs component is important. And then I think just for people living in our city, one of the reasons you live in an urban place is so that you can go to small businesses and restaurants. So I think it's important to us for all of those reasons. I mean, they're our public life, and I think we want to continue to have a public life, and of course have jobs as well. Let's see if and the one other thing that maybe I should have made a question, but I'll make it a comment, is I'm concerned about how the open businesses on Castro Street function as the weather changes. And anything that can be done for that, I hope that can be a component as well, whether it's more tenting. I think there's some kinds of tents that are allowed under COVID, more open tents, some sort of holiday atmosphere with lighting, maybe, I guess we're not allowed to have musical performances, but a lot of my neighbors have said they really like to come for music downtown. So even if it's taped music or whatever, I would like to hear updating on that, and I would like that to be incorporated into what we roll out. So thank you.
Anyone else with comments? I would just add that, yes, I will be supporting this. Thank you to staff for the very informative staff report with the data. Thank you, Ms. Parks, for your work. I actually heard many good positive feedback from our business owners who were interviewed by you. So I appreciate your work on this. I think it's I appreciate the items listed. It reflects what I heard when we went into sheltering, and I actually started getting phone calls and emails from mostly our downtown businesses, and then I had folks calling me suggesting, well, why don't you start a consolidated gift card online website so you could buy gift cards from any of the restaurants downtown, and that was beyond my capacity. So I know we've talked to the Chamber and the Downtown Business Association, and I appreciate their partnership in this, and I know there's a lot more folks who are experts at doing things like that. But that was one thing that I really that came clear to me, was the need for more marketing assistance, and that when you're a small business, you're just so busy trying to run your business that you often don't have time to work on marketing and advertising or the funds to do that. And so that seemed like a real need that I think the Shop Locals and Shop Safe program could fill. So I do appreciate that. I am also interested in, as mentioned, the longer term items, as I've talked with the business folks, mostly the downtown businesses, the issues about just some of the regulations that we have and that have been on the books for decades that may just not be as relevant anymore, and allowing for more flexibility in terms of space use and whatnot, and fees and so forth, I think would be is something that I really would like for us to delve into down the road. I wanted to mention the issue of information. That was something too that I heard. I participated in the call center, and I did get folks saying, business owners saying that it's hard to keep track of these ever-changing information and orders from the county, and so doing a central location for that, it would be very helpful. I'm hoping staff was contacted, but I was contacted over the weekend by some county folks who said they'll be out on Thursday with the Promontora program, where they'll be going door to door to, and they wanted to look for the more diverse mom and pop shops to be able to talk with them one-on-one to provide the information the county orders. So I appreciate the county for coming out to do that, and I hope we can continue to partner with the county so we get that information to our businesses as soon as possible. And but you know, I can't let this opportunity go to counter Councilmember McAllister's comments about the minimum wage and wages. And, you know, frankly, I think the survey, the shopper survey to me showed that, and, you know, this is different in every community, but I appreciate, and this is what I've heard from our residents, that they do want to support local, they want to support their businesses, and that they are willing to pay a little bit more, and they appreciate the employees. And, you know, and you see the, oftentimes they tip a little bit more, especially right now. And so as I was reading, it's not so much about cost, but about preference and safety. And so to me, that just showed that I don't think the minimum wage is what's really hurting folks. And if anything I've heard from business owners, it is the rents that are the hardest for them to afford to pay. So, and you know, I've always said I would not want us to encourage skimping on wages that help people pay their bills, so that the business can pay the other bills and not pay their workers well. So I'm going to have to counter what Councilmember McAllister says. So. With that, I think if we are done with comments, we will go ahead and take a roll call vote. I believe it was a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and seconded by Councilmember Matichak. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
Yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Bikoga.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. Thank you very much to staff. Thank you, Ms. Parks. It's nice to meet you. We will now move on to item 8.2. We don't mind indulging. I think we can finish this up, hopefully, quickly. So we have compensation for city attorney, city clerk, and city manager, and our presentation is by the Vice Mayor Kamei.
Great, thank you. So I just have a brief verbal presentation. So each year, the City Council reviews the performance and compensation for our 3 city officials appointed by Council. That includes the City Attorney, the City Clerk, and the City Manager. As the Vice Mayor, I oversaw this process. The Council met with each appointee and we reviewed their accomplishments. Council expressed our appreciation for the appointee's performance and determined that compensation adjustments were warranted. And in recognition of the city's budget constraints, the City Council authorized providing a cost of living adjustment equal to that provided to unrepresented managers and department heads, with no merit or equity adjustments proposed at this time. This reflects the Council's interest to be fiscally conservative in this time of economic uncertainty. And Government Code Section 54953 requires that the City Council to orally report a summary of recommendations for final action on the salary schedule, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive during the open meeting in which the final action is to take place. To satisfy this requirement, I'm providing this verbal report, as well as the written one, the staff report, of the recommended adjustments for the City Attorney, City Clerk, and City Manager. And those items are a 3% cost of living increase and a one-time contribution of 40 leave hours for fiscal year 2020-21. The one-time leave hours of 40 hours must be used by pay period 2 or 2021, or any balance will be cashed out in the same pay period. The cost of living increase adjustment will be retroactive to June 28, 2020, as it was for other unrepresented employees. In addition, the Council authorizes modifying the terms of the loan to the Council Policy D/13 Mountain View Employee Home Buyer and Relocation Assistance Program to provide a loan for the City Manager up to the median home price in Mountain View to assist with purchasing a home in the city of Mountain View. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Are there any questions by council members? I don't see any. I will then open this up to public comment. Any members of the public wishing to speak, if you are in the attendee box, please raise your blue hand. And if you are on the phone, please press *9. I don't see any blue hands. Are there any callers?
No, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, then I will close public comment and bring it back to council for deliberation and a motion. Would you like to make the motion, Vice Mayor, since it was your item? Oh, actually, I see some hands. Councilmember Clark.
Yeah, I was going to say, with great thanks to the Vice Mayor for the work on wrapping this up expeditiously, especially during a pandemic and everything else that's going on, and obviously with great thanks to our appointees for all the work that they've done to get us to this point in an extremely unusual highly unusual circumstances, especially our city manager, who certainly had no idea what she was getting herself into when she joined. Certainly the part about managing a city of our size, but probably not everything else that was going to happen in 2020. Just thank you all for all the efforts that you've made, and this is truly well deserved, and all the staff for that matter, but in this case especially to our appointees. So I'll move that we adopt a resolution approving compensation for the city attorney, city clerk, and city manager, and adopting a revised salary plan listed as Exhibit A to reflect these compensation changes, to be read in title only, for the reading waived attachment 1 to the council report.
Thank you. And Councilmember McAllister.
Second.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. There's a motion by Councilmember Clark, second by Councilmember McAllister. Any other discussion?
Yeah, I have a quick clarity.
Please do.
Of course. Hey, the Post, in their professional wisdom, has always posted certain items, and they talked about this in their daily paper. But again, they misunderstood our surplus and had us at a $70 million surplus, which is wrong. And I would hope that they would, in the future, take the time to actually talk to somebody at City Hall and understand that we do not have a $70 million surplus at this time. And I would also want to echo Councilmember Clark's to all of our appointed official, our appointed members here, staff. So just that, but get out there, post, and learn.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. Any other discussion? I too just want to add my thanks to our appointees and to Vice Mayor for leading this process that we do every year. It was a little more challenging, I'm sure, with us being on Zoom and in COVID times. But I do really want to thank all three of our wonderful appointees. And definitely in this odd, unprecedented year, we've had many challenges, but all three of you have just risen to the occasion. And it's been a real honor and pleasure to work with all of you. So thank you very much for your service to the community. And with that, I'd like to ask for a roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember McAllister.
I'm looking forward to Kimber being my neighbor, and I say yes.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Mayor Abikoga.
Aye. Thank you very much. Motion carries 7-0 with no abstentions. And thank you, Vice Mayor. We will now go on to item 9, Council Staff Committee Reports. Do any council members have anything to report? Yes, Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I have two things. We had a meeting of the Airport Land Use Commission since the last time we had a council meeting. And for me, it was a very short meeting. There was only one item on the agenda. And because it was from Mountain View, I recused myself. very short meeting. And then also, I attended the meeting of the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency, BOSCA for short, and a couple things to report. And that is, we decided not to continue participating in the expansion of the Los Vaqueros Reservoir. This was a project that would increase the storage, so we might have greater water supply in drought years, but we can still participate in it because the San Francisco PUC is participating in it and they provide us with water. So we're just not participating as an independent body. And we also approved a water supply agreement, a policy around the use of our water supply agreement balancing account. And we then used some of the money in that account to pay off a balance owed to the San Francisco by the wholesale customers, which saves a little bit of money. And that is it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. Really quick, this is more in Councilmember McAllister's wheelhouse, so my apologies for stepping on your toes, but I've been very interested in, staff has had an opportunity to look at the EA draft service plan, and in particular, the proposal that could diminish the quality of transit in Mountain View. You know, we have the 15-minute headway, and if, my understanding is with the VMT policy, if the quality of transit declines to the point where it's less frequent than every 15 minutes, then there isn't that categorical exemption from the transportation analysis under CEQA, which could have pretty significant impacts to you know, development in Mountain View. And I don't know if you know, you're already looking at this or if this is something that you'll look at later, but I've been curious to know if you're planning to, you know, analyze that and return to council with some information.
Is that a question to Councilmember McAllister? Councilmember Ramirez?
No, I told him about the TOD, but so, yeah, I can't.
So are you, did you have anything else, Councilmember Ramirez, follow up, or are you good?
Were you asking me, Lucas, or were you asking staff?
I guess more for staff. I don't know, you know, who. I guess maybe this would be a question for RT or Don, since I think both were involved in the VMT analysis, but that shift. But I don't know if because, you know, council was presented all of these maps with all of these circles around areas where, you know, ostensibly the development would be served by high quality transit. That may radically change depending on what happens with this VTA plan and with, you know, Measure RR if that doesn't pass. And I think it would be helpful for us to understand what the impact to development in Mountain View would be.
If I may, Mayor, may I respond to that? Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. Yes, we will take a look at that. So that's something that Public Works and Community Development will work on, and we'll provide an update to council about that.
Can I add on a request of Councilmember Ramirez? One thing that is a criteria is a major transit stop. And could staff also evaluate where two intersections, the two major transits come across based on that definition are in Mountain View? Because I don't think they've been identified yet, and that's one of the languages in the law that says within that range of a quarter mile or something, development's allowed. So it would be helpful to establish where those major transit stops are.
Thank you, Councilmember McAllister. We'll make note of that as well.
Great, thank you. Anyone else? I just had a couple of items to report on from Silicon Valley Clean Energy at our last board meeting. We have a fiscal year that is from October 1st to September 30th. So we did pass our budget for this coming fiscal year. I'm happy to report that despite the pandemic, we continue to have a positive budget with ample reserves, and the reserve funding when we need it for the rainy day, but we do set aside some funds for programs. And one of the programs that we have started is something called the eHub. So if you go to our website, svcleanenergy.org/eHub, it's an online resource site for folks who might be interested in electric vehicles or electric appliances, or how to make your home more electric. And solar and battery systems. So if you're interested in any of those programs and would like more information, it also gives some resources as to where you might be able to access these types of equipment. Please check out svcleanenergy.org/eHub. And then I want also I attended the VTA PAC meeting, and I still need to connect with our Public Works Director, but we had a presentation on their study that they will be conducting on the future of light rail. The light rail system is coming to its end of life, and so there is a discussion as to what they should do moving forward. Our Public Works Director did make a request, and I reiterated it at the PAC meeting, that we look at perhaps repurposing the tracks, or if there's interest in that, that we can perhaps talk with them about the AGT. They did participate in the study, the feasibility study that we had earlier. They didn't seem, to be honest, I don't know if they're that excited about it, but I think this is the opportunity for us to ask VTA to explore that possibility. So we'll continue to be on top of that. At the Cities Association board meeting, we endorsed the comprehensive homelessness action plan, and some of that discussion actually tied into our safe parking lot program, as well as the Project Home Key program. And we also had and I was going to ask Councilmember McAllister about this, but we had an update on SR 85, and my understanding is there's a recommendation by the Policy Advisory Board for a transit-only lane down Highway 85, with stops along the way. It sounds like there might be some financial implications, so I believe they were asking for cities to endorse this. I'm not sure if that was a formal request, but if it is, it might be something that we should agendize, or at least get an update on. So if you're...
Glad to give you an update, because it comes before the board next Thursday. And the Capital Project Committee approved going forward the Congestion Management Policy and Projects Board approved it going forward. And just a quick, just a little tweak to your comment was, there may be stops along the way. It all depends on what will work after the data is collected to see what will make this transit lane work most efficiently. Some of the people wanted it, some didn't, but it's a clean slate. We're opportunity to do autonomous vehicles, whatever, going forward. And we are asking cities to, Cupertino, Saratoga have already had letters from their mayor saying endorse this project. I think it would be great for the city of Mountain View to endorse this also, because it will, one of the benefits, it will take care of the cut-through traffic that's been a big concern of the residents of Mountain View. It will hopefully reduce greenhouse gases that we breathe along that line, reduce vehicle miles, improve quality of life, and by eliminating sitting in that traffic for 3 hours or more. And it's a win-win situation. It's innovative, it's something new, and it's something we need. So I hope the city will endorse this going forward.
Does this need to be agendized for council discussion, or is it something?
Mayor, I think this fits with council's goals for transportation, and so I believe that we can send a letter of support on behalf of the city council for this, just because it aligns with the goals and priorities that you've already put forth.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. All right, anything else? No. If not, is there a closed session report, Mr. City Attorney?
There's no closed session report tonight.
Thank you. Then we will stand adjourned at 9:35 p.m. And our next City Council meeting will be held on Tuesday, October 13th, 2020 at 5 p.m. Thank you, everyone, and have a good evening. Take care. Please stay safe. Bye-bye.